Colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone who has joined this invitation to attend Best Practices in Sustainability Education Conference organized by Research Council of Lithuania, British Embassy, Vilnius, and Cormack Consultancy Group. It is a great privilege to start this conference by saying that we have gathered at the event in a blended mode. Part of the participants are physically at the premises of Research Council of Lithuania, and quite big number of participants are joining us in a remote mode. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gintaras Steponavičius. I am one of the directors of Cormack Consultancy Group. We are leading UK organization working in the field of internationalizing higher education, helping universities to establish the partnerships, and that is why we are with strong partners carrying out this event together. I will, just before moving forward with the other welcome speeches, as a moderator of this event, I will say that we have more than 100 participants from Lithuania registered to attend this event, both physically and remotely. But what is also very important, and we are happy to add, that we have more than 40 Ukrainian universities in online with us. Дуже приємно, вітаю, друзі, being together with us, and I hope this event for our brothers and sisters in Ukraine will also be inspirational, as well as for Lithuanian and British colleagues. Huge thanks to everyone from British universities and other institutions side who are able to come or to join us and share their experiences. Having said this, make yourself comfortable here at the hall where we are gathering, or in front of your screens for another 7 or 8 hours, and be ready for your thoughts, comments to raise during the event. With this, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Gintaras Valinčius, Chairman of Research Council of Lithuania, to say a few welcome words. Gintarai.
Thank you, Gintarai. Your Excellency, Ambassador, Mr. Brian Wale, dear representatives, dear colleagues from universities, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this collaborative Lithuanian United Kingdom conference for our scientific communities. Research Council of Lithuania is a major advisory and research funding agency in Lithuania. We are proactively involved in developing research policies as well as research-based governance solutions all across the spectrum of governmental institutions in Lithuania. So the sustainable development, of course, is one of our major topics and fields of activities, which is extremely important for sciences and development activities, aiming at increasing quality of life of our citizens, as well as the competitiveness of our country in economic development, which also includes net zero aims and plans across Europe and Lithuania. The Research Council of Lithuania is actively introducing sustainability topics and components in all research areas, which we fund. Currently, a large educational research breakthrough program, which amounts to 20 million euros, is being launched. We already know that the specific project in this program will deal with the change of paradigm in education through the continuous self-education of teachers in Anthropocene epoch. So we, as an agency, introduced quite a number of qualitative criteria when selecting the projects for funding, criteria which are related to the sustainable development, of course, environmental protection and well-being of our citizens related to the sustainability. So UK institutions and scientists were our sixth largest partner in Horizon 2020, and about the same intensity of collaboration is being observed in Horizon Europe. And today we are celebrating those existing collaborations and exploring the future ones. As we all know and agree that good partnership is a key leading to success in sustainability research, good research, and valuable innovations which are affecting our everyday lives. Looking at the funding by thematic area, the majority of funds received by Lithuanian applicants from Horizon Europe programs goes to the widening participation and spreading excellence in sub-programs related to climate change and sustainability, Cluster 5, Climate, Energy and Mobility, and Cluster 6, Food, Bioeconomy, Natural Resources, Agriculture and Environment. Lithuania is actively contributing to addressing global challenges and solving important general problems like cancers, adaptation to climate change, protecting our environment, forests, oceans, seas, transitioning to green cities, and ensuring healthy soil and food by participating in EU missions together with other member states, including United Kingdoms. Horizon Europe has an explicit and ambitious commitment to spend at least 35% of resources on climate action through the various research initiatives. I would like to thank the conference organizers who are bringing up this important question to the public, exchanging good practices. I would like to really appreciate our efforts of our national contact points, the Division of Research Council, British Embassy in Lithuania, and Cormack Consulting Group for contributing immensely to organization of this event. I wish you all a lively discussion that will lead to new collaborative projects and help address today's climate changes, and finally significantly contribute making our lives cleaner, more sustainable, more nature-friendly, and healthier. I wish you all a productive and interesting day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gintarai Valinčiau. I will just say that I will be appearing over this podium time by time because the camera is focused precisely here in order that other colleagues can connected online would be able to hear and see us. So it is my great pleasure to welcome and ask His Majesty Ambassador Brian Oley for Lithuania to share his thoughts on the occasion of the opening of this event.
Good morning, and thank you very much. As I stand here in this historic building, I reflect on the fact that we have James Pallister from Metaverse speaking to us this afternoon. And it's just a great shame that those of you joining us online can't be here to enjoy the wonderful coffee and the beautiful surroundings we find ourselves in. But I'm afraid there are still some limits to the Metaverse. But Minister, Dr. Vangelis, ladies, gentlemen, and those of you online, sustainability is vital for our future. Climate change is the greatest threat to mankind. Climate emergency. Decarbonize or die. I'm sure that all of these statements are true. And I think if securing a truly sustainable future is dependent on the quantity and quality of slogans and sound bites, then we're well on the way to a global, green, fully sustainable economy. But as we all know, and I think with all the experts online and here in the room today, as you know better than I do, it's complicated. And if someone thinks it's simple, they don't understand the question. And ironically, that's probably the only certainty on our journey towards a sustainable future. It is complicated. The devil is in the detail, and quite often the reality is counterintuitive, and it's only revealed by careful study and even more careful application in the real world by intelligent people who are well educated, by trained technicians who really know what they're doing. And high quality education to empower future generations to properly analyze technologies and high quality training in sustainable skills is vital. So I'm delighted to co-host the conference together with our partners from the Lithuanian Research Council and Cormack Consultancy Group during the Climate Week organized by the Lithuanian Ministry of Environment. I'm also delighted that the conference has attracted, as we've just heard, 100 Lithuanian governmental institutions, academia, non-governmental and business organizations who are physically present or joining us online. And thanks as well. We've heard that there are, I think, 40 Ukrainian scientists interested in the subject who are joining us as well. A special thanks to Dr. Gintaras Valencius and Gintaras Stepanovicius from CCG Group on our close and long-lasting cooperation in supporting and facilitating the links between British and Lithuanian academia and the research communities. And I must mention the most fantastic news that we've had in the last couple of months, Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Programme. The agreement reached in September on the UK's association to the Horizon Programme opens all sorts of exciting new opportunities for collaboration between British scientists on research and development initiatives. And last year, the UK Department of Education adopted a sustainability strategy to improve the education sector's response to climate change by 2030 in England. And Sir David Attenborough has once said, "We must turn the climate tragedy into triumph. It's through educating our young people that we will develop the leadership, skills, and research to do so." How true that is. The strategy has a broad scope. It applies to public sector authorities, Department of Education, its agencies, public bodies, the education and children's services, all the way through from early years schools, further education, higher education, and indeed social care. And the government has also recognized the role, the specific role of universities and other learning establishments can play in working with others to share their expertise. And we'll have a chance to hear about some of these examples today. And equally important policy interventions are being made by governments of the devolved administrations. I'm delighted that today we will also hear, later on this morning, the approach by Wales to climate change education and a just transition. I'm delighted to be with you here today, and I very much look forward to the presentations and the discussion. And I wish you all online and physically with us at the conference, an informative, useful and enjoyable event. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Always good to feel your commitment related to education, research, science, and definitely there are many ways where we can expand the collaboration between United Kingdom and Lithuania, not speaking in a wider context. Yes, we are pleased to feel that this conference, sharing best practices in sustainability education, has not just interest but also support from different state institutions in Lithuania. And we have with us Simonas Gentvilas, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Lithuania, who has been very supportive and encouraging us to move forward with this initiative in his capacity as a minister. Knowing that your mobility is limited, I may still ask you to come to this podium and say a few words.
Thank you, Gintaras. Dear honorable audience, dear ambassador, and the guests, we are pleased to open and host Climate Change Week this week in Lithuania. It's international. Just yesterday we had national environmental exam where participants from schools and the universities and even to expert level could participate in such event. And the results will be published today, and I hope I won't be embarrassed by my result. But in general, the world is embarrassed because the world is late. And just yesterday, International Energy Agency said that the world is late with climate change prevention. And if we don't do enough, the climate will warm up instead of 1.5 degrees to 2.4 degrees by the middle of the century. What does it say for the universities, colleges, and the schools? There should be surplus of professionals education in sustainability curriculum, and there should be deficit in supply of oil, gas, and alike, because world is late to divest in those original technologies, and the world is late to produce enough expertise and enough knowledge in sustainability fields. We do count in Europe a lot on economical measures, financial, fiscal policies, subsidies on how to transform our economy, but this has not provided a result good enough, because innovation should be there to transform the industries, to make a break-even level of energy production, material recovery, emission change to the better and more environmental friendly alternatives. Innovations should happen much more faster, and therefore the universities, the message to universities is give us a surplus of professionals. Invest and divest from the fields which are harmful for our environment. And this mission is shared by the governments. This mission is shared by the universities, colleges, and schools. I remember when I was a kid, now I'm 39 years old, but I was taught in school that when I will be 40, I won't be able to come out in the open air because the ozone hole will bleach my skin and everybody would get the skin cancer. So I would like to finish my introduction speech with optimism. 35 years ago in Montreal, the world government signed the Montreal Protocol, and today we are speaking about closing of the ozone layer. The world can also produce successful political measures to encounter climate change for the other layer of our atmosphere. So we are here to deliver the solutions. And we have always delivered, especially the United Kingdom has delivered solutions for the world. We are only 1/10 of world's emissions, but we have provided almost 90% of world's clean tech solutions, and they have been export of a high value product for our industries, for our governments, and for our trade balances. So we have made our fortune and prosperity out of producing future solutions, and you are here to share them. My message to the Lithuanian universities and colleges, please collaborate. The best outcome from this would be not listening and just getting to know, but having to develop long-term partnerships with colleagues from the United Kingdom here, make speed dating or long dating efforts, and have a contacts with British counterparts, and come out of this conference with proper and long-term contacts. Best luck.
Ačiū labai, thanks a lot, Simonai. And the last welcome speech comes from the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, and Ieva Valeškaitė, Vice Minister of the Ministry, is with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here today. It's going to be a wonderful event. I already see it from the agenda. And of course, it's terrible to speak after so many great speeches that was given by His Excellency, by the Professor and the Minister. So starting, of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. in the greenest city of Europe. It will be Europe's green capital in 2025, so all of you who missed today's event live, as Gintaras said, it's a wonderful venue, but you still have a few years to come to Vilnius and proceed with this discussion. I'm really happy to be a part of this event, of this gathering where the realms of science, education, and international cooperation converge to address one, of course, of the most pressing issues of our times, sustainability. I would like to thank, first of all, the Cormack Consultancy Group, British Embassy, and of course the Research Council for this opportunity and for creating a possibility to share the best practices in fostering innovation and cooperation. Together we are better positioned to promote sustainability, combat climate change, and cultivate circular economies, and of course advance the sustainability education. Today, of course, our discussions will revolve around making education a catalyst for a sustainable change. We are going to explore the ways in which education and research institutions, businesses, local and national governments can collaborate and drive innovation, advocate for climate change, and of course empower individuals to make more sustainable choices on a personal level. For example, one of the most recent financial measures that was launched by our ministry is Green Experiment, which addresses industrial waste challenges, and that requires, of course, cooperation between businesses and science. The ministry is also actively involved in creating a shared vision for sustainability and recently prepared industrial circular economy roadmap through grassroots-driven exercise involving more than 700 citizens in drafting a common vision. The Ministry is actively taking part in the whole array of the European Commission measures, including the proposal for a new regulation on the eco-design, on sustainable products, and of course the proposal for the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. I know that most of you, of course, are familiar with these very important European agenda items. And they really do require new knowledge and skills coming from business and academia as well. So finally, the significance of this conference lies not only in the exchange of ideas and the melding of expertise, but of course, in numerous possibilities for practical collaborations, and I do believe that we will see quite of them in the nearest future. So I thank you for your commitment to a more sustainable future, and I wish you all a very productive event. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eva, for sharing your thoughts on this occasion. Colleagues, after the welcome speeches, we will now turn on to the presentations from different stakeholders presenting different experiences, practices from United Kingdom. I will just, before moving to the presentations, I will just highlight shortly the major goals we have in organizing this conference. First of all, it is not just only to bring in British experience from different angles, from different institutions, but we're also aiming at allowing to network through this event. As you can see, and when inviting Lithuanian participants to this event, we are arranging a speed dating session at the end of this event. There will be a short opportunity to meet not only with those British colleagues who are coming, who came here, but also with a few of them in an online regime. In the afternoon after the presentations, we will send around for participants to indicate whom you would like to talk, and then it will be a set of meetings to move around and talk to different institutions face to face. Thirdly, we thought that together with partners in this event, we would use opportunity to present funding options for collaborations. And as Ambassador Brian Oiley mentioned, return of United Kingdom to Horizon Europe is one of them. Important, encouraging, and optimistic from both sides. Therefore, please make yourselves ready to listen to the presentations, but also those who are in a remote regime ready to put your comments, questions. We will try to respond to them, and also audience here in the hall will be having a chance to talk directly to the speakers. Now I would like, before moving to presentations, ask Shian Thomas, my colleague, to take over and present further speakers from United Kingdom.
Thank you, Ginteris. Hello, everybody. I'm Sian Thomas, Strategic Partnerships Director at Cormack Consultancy Group. I'm also on the board at the Environmental Association for Universities and Colleges. The CEO will be joining us shortly to speak. So the next speaker is of particular interest to me because she is from Wales Net Zero. So my home country, Wales, has embarked on an exciting, radical policy agenda around sustainability, and we will be having Dr. Jennifer Rudd, a member of the Wales Net Zero Committee, joining us to speak about the Radical Future Generations Act.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for inviting me to come and speak, and I'm really delighted to share some of the cutting edge work that's been done or is being done in Wales. So I'm going to split this talk into two parts. So I'm going to talk about the Net Zero 2035 Commission, and then I'm going to share some of my work in the hope that it sparks some collaborations with people in Lithuania as well. And so to start off with, let's just check it will click through. So we're not part of the government. So we are an independent group that has been commissioned by Welsh Government and Plaid Cymru, which is another political party in Wales. And they have asked us to look for pathways to net zero by 2035. So the current commitment from Welsh Government is net zero by 2050. But what they want to do is explore how we can bring that forwards, not just looking at technological fixes, but also thinking about how society and sectors of our economy can be involved in this. And also to think about how adverse effects may be mitigated. So I live in Swansea, and just down the road we've got a huge Tata steel plant. And when you talk to people in the area around there about climate change and how we need to bring forward net zero targets, they get very scared because they think it's about unemployment for them. They think it's about shutting down the steelworks. And so there's a huge, public conversation that we need to have with people to explain that actually this is about a just transition. This is making sure that nobody ends up unemployed, that actually people end up with better lives as a result of net zero commitments. In Wales, we also have the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act. So this came in 2015. And the idea is that this gives us the ambition, permission, and legal obligation to improve our social, cultural, environmental, and economic well-being. It requires public bodies in Wales to think about the long-term impact of their decisions, to work better with people, communities, and each other, and prevent persistent problems such as poverty, health inequalities, and climate change. We need to make sure that we're all working towards the same purpose in Wales, and so the Act puts in place these 7 well-being goals, which you can see in the different colours around the map of Wales. And it makes it clear that the listed public bodies must work to achieve all of the goals. They can't just pick 1 or 2 that they think that they can meet easily. They have to look at all of them. And we can see that, whilst climate change falls into all of them, I see it particularly in the globally responsible Wales. We have to think about the fact that our emissions, although they might be small in the grand context of the world, they impact other people. Our emissions are causing sea levels to rise. Our emissions are, causing extreme weather conditions. We also need to think about a resilient Wales. We're hearing about the melting ice and ice sheets that are melting at the moment, and they will have significant cause for sea level rise. A lot of Wales is coastal, and even my university is on the coast, and some of the students joke that they're really glad that they can come before it's flooded. And these are very real things that we have to keep in mind as we start to work on these issues. So the Future Generations Act means that we can balance short-term needs with the need to safeguard the ability to meet long-term needs. The Future Generations Act goes beyond political terms. This isn't something where, you know, the people who are in power now can just make short-term decisions. The Act holds people to account, whether they're in government or not, and it helps kind of straighten out those jagged edges where we get government changes and policy changes. We need to think about how to deploy resources to prevent problems occurring, and we need to make sure that we have an integrated approach so that we're addressing all of the wellbeing goals at once. Collaboration is a big part. Obviously, we've heard a lot about collaboration so far this morning, and it is really important. So how can one body or different parts of a body act together to address the future generation goals? And then it requests involvement from everybody in Wales. So how can we make sure that everybody is involved in achieving those wellbeing goals? So the Wales Net Zero Commission was started last year, and it's going to run for about 2 years. So first we decided what we were going to do. So when you get given the problem of how do we make Wales net zero by 2035, I think the first natural response is to panic a little bit and go, oh my goodness, that's a really big challenge. So none of us are paid. All of us are doing the role as part of our jobs. So there's people from academia, there's people from public bodies, there's people from business groups, and we started by saying, okay, well, we need to break that challenge down. That's too big a challenge. So what specifically are we going to look at? And we came up with these 5 challenge areas. So the first one that we launched back in February or March was how could Wales feed itself by 2035? We've then got how could Wales meet energy needs by 2035 whilst phasing out fossil fuels? The next challenge to be launched was how could people and places be connected across Wales by 2035? And that's not just thinking about transport, but it's also thinking about digital connectivity. This one is most pertinent to the meeting today, and we're launching later in the week. So please do keep an eye on the website. Slides will be circulated, but keep an eye on our website because we're going to be launching a call for evidence on what could education, jobs and work look like across Wales by 2035. And then the last challenge to be launched will be how could Wales heat and build homes and workplaces by 2035? So, I mean, we know this isn't exhaustive, but in terms of how long we've got to be able to develop these pathways and what capacity the group has got, we felt like this was the most appropriate way to take on the challenge of Wales net zero by 2035. And then, as well as that, we have cross-cutting domains. So things like the circular economy, finance, co-benefits, education and skills, they do run through each challenge that we have. And so we have a domains group as well that is making sure that they are the red thread that runs through each of the challenge groups. So they're making sure that we're talking to each other, they're making sure that information gets passed along, but also that we don't forget these very important cross-cutting themes within those challenge areas. We have a participation model, so we're not doing this in isolation. The more views that we can get and the more diverse views that we can get, the better the pathways will be that we provide to Welsh Government and Plaid Cymru at the end of the group's work. And so we have been engaging with relevant stakeholders and the public through the work of our reference groups. So this has been for the How Can Wales Feed Itself group, they've been going to a lot of agricultural festivals and events to make sure that they're talking to key stakeholders, they're talking to policymakers, they're talking to farmers, they're talking to people who buy food and sell food. We're working with the Institute of Welsh Affairs because once we've got draft pathways, we will be hosting a citizens' assembly with people from Wales, everyday citizens who haven't been involved in the work, to test those pathways. We want to hear the voice of the young people, and we're working with Wales Youth Parliament to test our conclusions, making sure that young people are part of the solution, they're not just being told what might happen. And then at the end, we're going to work with partner organisations to test and socialise our conclusions. So we have some high-profile climate scientists and negotiators who will be looking at the pathways that we've developed, but then we will also be taking them out to public events like the Hay Festival and other things, to make sure that we are talking to everyday people who haven't been involved in the work, to get their input back as well. So, as I said, we're going to launch a call for evidence on what could education, jobs and work look like across Wales by 2035. I will be publicising that as wide as I can, and for those of you working in this area, please do get in touch with your thoughts on best practice that you've experienced, best practice that you have implemented, and hopefully it can become part of the pathways that we recommend to Welsh Government. The subgroup, this is led by myself and Ben Rawlins, who's the director of Black Mountains College in Wales. And so that kind of concludes an overview of the Wales Net Zero in 2035 group. And hopefully in a year's time, if you do another event, we can come back and we can share some of the pathways that we've come up with. So I'm going to switch over and talk to you a little bit about what I do at Swansea University. So I've got quite an eclectic background. I got a PhD in chemistry back in 2012, and I've been working on solar panels. I worked on a fellowship in the States looking at how we can split water and create methane from reducing carbon dioxide. I then moved to Swansea University Engineering Department in 2017. I worked on carbon capture, storage and utilisation. And actually that was the thing that moved me into social science. So possibly a controversial opinion at this conference, but I couldn't see a way that I could make a significant difference with carbon capture and storage. And instead I started asking the question, can we teach climate change in a way that affects behavioural change? And that's been the last 5 years of my life and my research. And I'm very happy that Swansea allows me a lot of latitude to do that. So I'm just going to share 3 projects that I've been working on over the last 3 or 4 years in the hope that it'll spark some ideas for collaboration or inspire some of you to do things, or even pick up some of the resources. Translation costs are available through grants, and these are certainly things that could be translated if they were of interest to people at this conference. So I'll start with UNCO2. So UNCO2 is aimed at secondary school students aged 12 to 15, and it's a program with 3 workshops. So in the first workshop, students think about their carbon footprint, which we measure in balloons. And then in the second workshop, they read what's called an interactive digital narrative. So this is an online story with 6 different endings, and the different decisions that they make when they change this scrolling blue text changes the ending of their story. And then finally, they learn some computer coding, and they are asked to create their own climate change story based on any aspect of climate change that they're interested in. So this one has described what it would be like to have a high carbon footprint. Somebody else has written a story about working with Malawian teenagers to help each other out. And other people have taken fast fashion or a typical kind of teenager's life in the day. So the idea of the programme is that it's interdisciplinary climate change education in a school setting that empowers students to act on climate change and not just learn about it. So we measure the students' sense of personal responsibility for climate change and their sense of agency and who they think has the power to act on climate change. And what we've seen so far is that students who participate in the programme increase their sense of personal responsibility for their carbon footprint. They tend to choose climate responsible pathways through the multi-ending digital fiction. And when they write their climate change related stories, it reflects their journey through the programme. So how much they've engaged, their sense of agency, and their sense of power or hopelessness. The stories tend to fall into two categories, either fight climate change or flight. We get a lot of stories where students want to run away to Saturn and set up a new civilization. So sometimes I question their physics teachers that they think Saturn might be a good planet to live on. Teachers also feel that it fits well within the curriculum for Wales, and running the programme has galvanised further climate change education within school settings. The next project that I've worked on is called Recycling Plus, and this is all about the life cycle of clothes. And this is aimed at primary school students, so ages 4 to 11. And so we take them through the week and they get to know their clothes. They start learning how to read the labels of their clothes. They start doing data handling. So they look at, how many of our clothes are made of polyester and plot that. They think about where their clothes have come from and where they could end up at their end of life. They look at the different materials within their clothes. And so we're finding now that 4 and 5-year-olds, after doing this programme, can have a go at describing what sustainable and biodegradable actually mean. And then we take them through to the last day, which is all about the expressive arts, discussing how to make their clothes last longer, upcycling their clothes to make something new, or thinking about what the perfect uniform for a happy world could be. So with this, we're trying to introduce the idea of climate action at an age-appropriate level. We're looking at their personal responsibility for climate change, but also their scientific vocabulary. And so following the programme, students self-reported increased awareness of the geographical origin and makeup of their clothes, as well as improved scientific vocabulary. They discussed upcycling their clothes after the project was finished, which indicates longer-term behavioural and attitude change. Charity shop and second-hand clothing was destigmatised, so children were now proud to say in the playground that they had been wearing clothes from a charity shop. The teachers enjoyed delivering the scheme of work. They learned a lot about their clothing, and amusingly, some of the teachers have now engaged in clothing swaps. And then it also galvanised school-run clothing swaps for uniform, costumes, and Christmas jumpers, which is great. So we're starting to see the circular economy propagated by school work. So the last project that I want to show you has been a collaboration from the Association of Commonwealth Universities. So Dr. Chinwe Agunji, who's in the pink here, got in touch with me a couple of years ago and said she'd like to apply for a fellowship. You have to have a collaborator in the UK. And she was really interested in how we train teachers to think cross-curricular and to develop climate change education programs. And so in collaboration, mostly her, I'm not going to take any credit actually, it's all been Dr. Gunji, but I helped develop a 2-day workshop on communicating climate change, and then another 2-day workshop on climate change leadership, adaptation and mitigation. So 20 teachers came and did that. And I checked the number last night actually, and this is wrong. So there were about 70 students who joined each climate change club, and it was about 1,400 students, who were involved then. And what we saw was community level change. So there was facilitated learning to engage teachers in a Ebonyi state in Nigeria with cross-curricular climate change education. They then set up climate change clubs in their school to spread the knowledge. We measured teacher awareness of climate change and the spread of the knowledge. And so following the training, teachers felt more confident and empowered to teach climate change and they also improved their waste management practices. There's a lot of burning of rubbish that happens in Nigeria, and so that was a big one to deal with. Teachers reported the involvement of parents in the wider community, saying parents are involved too. Parents are involved through the Parent-Teacher Association, and that the teachers and the students has helped to spread the message outside of the community. And so the knowledge spreads to the community, leading to a reduction in waste burning, increased tree planting, and increased awareness of the contributors to and effects of climate change. And I did all of this without going to Nigeria. We used web links and emails and a lot of WhatsApp to be able to collaborate. And so it just shows what you can do without having to fly. So in conclusion, there are many different ways to teach climate change. If you're going to do it, it's really important to decide which group of people you want to affect change in and design something bespoke for that group. Building interdisciplinarity into an education intervention from the beginning ensures a wide range of perspectives, approaches, and evaluation techniques built in, and tools that effectively measure change are critical and need to be developed iteratively. Thank you very much for listening to me. Diolch yn fawr am gwrando, and be delighted to take your questions if I haven't used all of my time.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. So our next speaker is Charlotte Bonner, the CEO of the Environmental Association for Universities and Colleges.
Thanks, Sian. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be able to join you remotely. And from listening to the opening remarks, it's a shame that I'm not there to witness the beautiful building that you're in. But knowing that Vilnius is the green capital in 2025 will move it high up my travelling list, I'm sure. As Sian says, I'm the CEO at EAUC. We're the Environmental Association for Universities and Colleges in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. And we exist to lead and empower the post-16 education sector to really embed sustainability in everything that it does, so equipping learners for their futures and shaping society for the better. And the post-16 education piece is important. We don't focus purely on universities or purely on TVET institutions, but span the whole of the kind of post-16 agenda. And we're a membership organisation for those organisations. So we support our members to adopt whole organisation approaches to sustainability, helping them identify ways to really make the most of the opportunities that there are through their curriculum, through their teaching and learning practice, through their research, through their estates and operations, and through the culture and community connections that they have.
Recording in progress.
Hello again. Slight tech gremlin.
We are back on track,
this morning.
but
We are back.
I have to ask Charlotte to stop for a minute until people are getting back.
That is fine. Thank you.
I see that Charlotte can hear us. That's good.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes. I see that people are rejoining, those who are online attendance. Those who are based in Lithuania know that in the last weeks we had numerous attempts to cyber attacks, threats from different sources, cutting or disturbing institutions. You never know what is behind here. But yes, I think, Charlotte, please carry on. I think we can hear you here in the conference hall, and I see the number of those online increasing, so please proceed.
Lovely. Thank you for getting everything back on track so swiftly. That was a very smooth tech issue. So as I was saying, we're a membership organisation for universities, colleges, for adult education providers, for apprenticeship providers too. And we seek to help them build sustainability into everything that they do, using whole institution approaches, looking at their leadership and governance, their teaching and learning practice, their research, their partnerships, their culture. But we also recognise that the education sector isn't made up purely of individual providers, but there's an ecosystem there. And so we also work at a policy and advocacy level to create a more enabling environment for sustainability action, thinking about what are the systems and frameworks that shape how education providers deliver their work, and how can we embed sustainability within them so that those systems and frameworks promote sustainability education and action rather than prevents it. So some examples here, we're working to build sustainability education into initial teacher education routes. We're working to build sustainability into curriculum specifications and occupational standards. We're working to build sustainability into the accreditation frameworks of professional bodies, and so on and so forth. So that dual purpose of being a membership organisation, but also seeking to change the system, is how we're really supporting our members to build sustainability into the heart of what they do. And we're a relatively old-time player in this space. So we were launched in 1996 as a result of some TVET members of staff coming together and saying, we're working on sustainability, it's challenging, it's complex, we'd like to do that together. And we started as a voluntary organisation, and then in 2004 incorporated. So next year we'll mark our 20th anniversary. And since then, we've established a number of programs, a number of research pieces, a number of publications and resources and tools and initiatives to help us achieve our objectives. And we've got quite a broad portfolio right now, far broader than I'm able to go into in 15 minutes. But what I've done is, through my slides, I've provided a number of hyperlinks so that people can go and explore these in their own time following the event this morning. But I want to touch on two things particularly. One is the Sustainability Exchange, and one is our international initiative. But you can see from looking at this portfolio, some of our work is around connectivity. So how do we bring people together? What communications and networks do we have whereby people can find their peers, share stories of what's worked, but also really importantly, what hasn't worked so well. People can find examples that, of initiatives they'd like to replicate, and can collectively combine their capacity to achieve greater outcomes. We deliver CPD for our members. We've got a range of different continued professional development opportunities. And then one of the things I think we're very well placed to do is deliver projects. So recognizing that there are shared challenges that many of our members face. And one of the things we do is convene our members, look at those shared challenges and create solutions. So many of the publications and resources that we have, and I've listed just a couple of the latest ones here, are as a result of that collaborative co-design process. But a couple of initiatives that I think will be particularly pertinent to this event. Firstly is the Sustainability Exchange. This is a huge library of resources, case studies, news about sustainability in education. And it can be searched based on where you are geographically. So there's a number of tools here that are absolutely relevant to an international audience that have been pulled from different programs that we run, different member stories that we've heard about, to help others replicate or scale up the work that's being done. So if you're looking for or creating new work in the sustainability education space, I'd always recommend having a quick search on the Sustainability Exchange first to see what inspiration you can take from others, and then we can help connect you with those if that's useful. We also run, or with a secretariat for, is a better phrase, with a secretariat for 3 international programs, because we recognize that sustainability isn't bound by geographic borders. And we have a long history of working collaboratively and in partnership with others. So we're proud to say that we're the secretariat for the Race to Zero. This is a global campaign to rally leadership and support from businesses and cities and regions and investors. And the bit that we contribute is for universities and colleges, their commitment to creating a healthy and resilient zero carbon future. So it's a part of the official Race to Zero program, which is run by the UNFCCC. So it's linked to the COPs. And it's a really simple process. Signatories to the Race to Zero commit to pledge to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible by 2050 at the very latest. They then plan to explain what actions they will take towards achieving both interim and longer term goals. Then they proceed, they take immediate action towards achieving those goals, and they publish, they commit to reporting publicly their progress against those targets, so we can see the collective impact that those institutions are having. We deliver it in partnership with a number of different agencies and currently have over 1,200 universities and colleges around the world who have committed to their net zero journey through this initiative. A similar initiative is the SDG Accord, which again is a high-profile international initiative for post-16 institutions endorsed by the United Nations as well as many other global partners. And it enables sector bodies to demonstrate their collective and individual commitment towards meeting the United Nations sustainability goals. So this is really to inspire and celebrate and advance the role of education with regards to the SDGs. And I think it's not just a commitment that you transmit, it's also, there's a sense of accountability here. So through signing the SDG Accord, institutions make a commitment to themselves, but also to others in terms of meeting their responsibilities towards the SDGs. And annually, we collect stories and monitor trends, see how people are making with regards to progress, and we report that at the United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development each June. So we share the stories told through the signatories of the SDG Accord. And then finally, I wanted to talk to you about the International Green Gown Awards. And as a membership organisation that spans tertiary education, we're in a really unique position to be able to foster and promote
Recording in progress.
So we'll go third time lucky, I think.
It seems that we are back, and once again, apologies for this. We're working on it not to happen again.
Not a problem.
Yes, Charlotte, please.
So my penultimate
Proceed.
slide. So as I was saying, we are in a really unique position to be able to foster and promote best practice. One of the primary ways we do this is through the Green Gown Awards, which are a prestigious recognition of sustainability practice within the further and higher education sector. And established in 2004, these are by no means new. The awards really recognise and celebrate the sustainability initiatives undertaken across the sector that are both impactful and innovative. And work that started in the UK is having ripples of effect internationally. The Australasian Green Gown Awards were established in 2010. 4 years later, French-speaking institutions established Les Trophées de Campus Responsable. And in 2016, we saw the introduction of the International Green Gown Awards, where winners from regional programs are recognised at a global scale, supported by Allianz Global Investors, as well as the International Association of Universities, the UN's Higher Education Sustainability Initiative, and others. And they're not our awards, they're for the sector, delivered collaboratively in partnership with the sector, both in the UK and internationally. Each region is governed by a local kind of cross-agency steering group and judged by experts. And I'm delighted to see many contributors to this event being past Green Gown Award winners. And in a space where greenwash and sustainability marketing has become really prolific, the sector-led, peer-reviewed structure of the Green Gown Awards ensures that they're meaningful and transparent and authentic. Because our sector's place in the journey to net zero is so much greater than our carbon footprint, collectively, we're able to equip substantial parts of society with the knowledge, skills, and behaviours needed to deliver net zero. We're able to innovate to create breakthrough solutions in new sustainable materials and technologies, and we're able to create new knowledge and understanding too. And the Green Gown Award categories reflect this. There's everything from creating impact to benefiting society to inclusion and sustainability and so on and so forth. And there's great excitement and pride that comes from being a finalist or a winner, and that's a good springboard for institutions to engage more people in their sustainability work. But I think that the value of the Green Gown Awards is beyond the individual organisation, and it's actually about the collective story. And we work really hard with the partners of the awards to ensure information and stories are disseminated far and wide by sharing case studies and running masterclasses with prize winners each year. And those stories demonstrate impact and provide inspiration about what's working, but also kind of what were the bumps in the road and what can we learn along the way. So we don't just see our role as simply reflecting back to the sector what's happening, but also to drive change and accelerate sustainability action. And while the scale of the global sustainability challenges we face often feel daunting, we're also excited by the opportunities that are created. There's still plenty to work on. We know the sticky, knotted, multifaceted challenges that our sector faces: funding, engaging with our supply chain, tackling financed emissions, decarbonising heat, widespread uptake of high-quality education for sustainable development. So we don't just need action at an individual level, but alignment across the sector too, which feeds back to our policy and advocacy work. And as an organisation and as a community, we're really committed to working with partners to continue to promote best practice, but also to kind of unpick those challenges and create good solutions to them so we have impact across our sector and across society. And I'm sorry it's been a fragmented presentation and that I can't be with you there in person today, but there's plenty of ways that I think that collaboration piece could continue from today's presentation and from today's event. And we'd love to hear from you if you're interested in joining one of our programs, developing a partnership or a collaboration with us, co-conducting research, co-designing solutions, If you want to disseminate or scale or replicate things that are being done in the UK, we're happy to help there too. And we're also always on the scout for sponsorship and funding. So I've left my personal contact details on the slide to facilitate further collaboration in future. And I wish the rest of the event goes very smoothly and is fruitful for all involved.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, and thanks for your patience with the technical difficulties as well. So as Charlotte was saying, any universities that are interested in the work of the EAUC, possible collaborations varying from knowledge sharing, research collaboration, teacher training solutions, Green Gown Awards. There's a huge amount of initiatives that they are open to international collaboration on. So please do reach out if you'd like to. So we are now moving on to our presentations from some of our UK university colleagues who have joined us here. So the first presentation will be from Lancaster University. We will have Professor Kirk Semple, Director of Lancaster Environment Centre, and Dr. Akan Odon, Head of African Strategic Partnerships at Lancaster University.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. First time in Lithuania, first time in Vilnius, and I have to say I've been blown away by I became a tourist yesterday, to be honest, taking photographs when we were trying to get to meetings, so apologies for that. But yes, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, to be invited to this conference. Focusing on best practices in sustainability education. Of course, I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the Research Council of Lithuania, His Excellency, and the British Embassy, and of course Cormack Consultancy Group for bringing us all together in this rather fantastic building and indeed room. So yeah, I'm here to talk about Lancaster University's approach to global environmental changes and sustainable solutions. And it's a bit of a double act with myself and Dr. Akan Odon. And we work together and have been working together for about 20 years in one form or another. There we go. So just for those who don't know where Lancaster is, and this is pretty typical, Lancaster's in the northwest of England, in a particularly beautiful part of the English countryside, and the campus is just south of the city. It's one of the smallest cities in the UK, and it's been around for just around 2,000 years or so. It's about 60 kilometres north of Manchester and Liverpool, to give you some context. But it has good connection links, and I've been at this university for 28 years, so I've seen some great changes. The university itself is quite young. It's 60 years old next year, and it's in quite a pretty campus, as I said, and we're quite small by university standards to some extent, with around 15,500 students on campus, but interestingly 7,500 students elsewhere in the world who are being educated from Lancaster University degrees. And we're one of the largest employers in the city as well. Comprehensive university dominated by undergraduate students. One of the unusual things about Lancaster is that we have taken the approach as part of an internationalisation strategy to expand out into the wider world. And we've adopted a different model in the sense that instead of going to China or wherever and building a replica of Lancaster in country, what we tend to do is collaborate with partners locally to develop something that's much more collaborative and collegiate. So we have 4 campuses at the moment, one in Sunway, which is our oldest partner, so that's in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. We have a physical campus in Accra in Ghana. Then we have a campus in China at Weihai, And finally, we have a campus in Leipzig in Germany. And hot off the press is that we're about to open a campus in Indonesia in this coming year. So, we have a strong international approach to higher education and research. And, you know, some would say that Lancaster punches above its weight. I mean, very few people know where Lancaster is in the university, but we have been given some honours in recognition of our activities, both at home and, of course, internationally. And we have a strong international portfolio and students on campus and staff on campus, and a growing alumni network. But interestingly and relatable to this conference is that, of course, we have a very strong policy on sustainability that has been developing over the last few years. So this has resulted in the development of a sustainability strategy for the university, and really the take-home message here is that by 2035 the university wants to be in a net zero environment. And we're looking at across the piece within the university, and of course people are very, very important in that. How we operate, how we work, how we educate, how we conduct our research, how we travel or engage with the wider world. And of course we're obviously linking that strongly as much as possible to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and of course the climate crisis itself. And one of the things that is taking up a lot of people's attention at the moment is the development of a new university research centre focusing on sustainability. So what does it look like at Lancaster? Well, we've invested quite heavily. So we have our very own wind turbine, which produces 14% of the electrical need of the campus. That's working in concert with combined heat and power energy, biomass boiler energy, which are all active and up and running. And we've just received planning permission to develop a solar farm on campus as well, which will certainly help us to realise our ambitions around net zero. And of course, we are very much more aware, as are many universities in the UK sector, aware of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And from my department and the wider university, we're saying, well, if the Lancaster Environment Centre can't do things in sustainability, who actually can in the university? So what we're doing is we're developing a series of programmes and activities to look at how we embed sustainability into our teaching and learning in the department, our research, of course, how we engage with the private sector in a sustainable way, how we can use our estate to highlight sustainability, and finally, how we can communicate that to the wider world and, of course, use it as a powerful recruitment tool for the next generation of young, bright minds. And this just gives you an example of some of the research in my department. So, Lancaster Environment Centre research and linked to the UN SDGs. So, these are some of the activities that we have got going on in the department in our research and teaching and learning capacity with regard to the UN SDGs. And we're always looking to see how we can continue to promote and link that to those. Now, a key element to our activities is a gathering, a group called the Centre for Global Eco-Innovation. And I've been honoured to be working with those people and part of that. So this is a research centre within our department that focuses on research and innovation in the sustainable space, focusing on global environmental challenges. And since 2012, when it was conceived, we've won around £40 million worth of national and international funding. And it focuses on things around energy, water, natural capital, food, resource recovery, waste and air quality. And what it does it flips the academic model on its head. In the old days, I would come up with an idea, or one of my colleagues would come up with an idea and realise that we needed a company, so we'd go and try and find a company. But what we do now is we go out into the wider world and talk to companies, encourage them to come into the university to talk to academics. So bringing their challenges and problems into the university where we can advise and support. And the other important thing is here that the students benefit from that as well, because the students are the sort of foil that actually helps to drive these projects. So not only are they getting their usual academic training, they're also getting training in the private sector and some of the challenges therein as well. And some of the projects that we're running at the moment are net zero carbon, circular solutions, nature-based solutions, and enabling eco-innovation, where we bring our academic sector and private sector together, but also more as we move forward, how we engage with policy and government as well. And as I said before, students are at the heart of this operation. Okay? And then how we link that to the SDGs. So we work with companies of different sizes, small to medium-sized enterprises. We do a lot of work with them. We've developed quite a large network locally. So when I say locally, I'm talking about the northwest of England, principally, but wider afield as well. We've delivered over 100 PhD students, over 50 Masters by Research students as well, working with these business partners. And they've developed over 100 products and services from that research and engagement activity. But we also work with, some of the bigger players in the private sector as well, and some of these are listed here. And of course, you'll be familiar with some of those. Now, the game changer in the UK was the Global Challenges Research Fund for people like Akan and myself, because this enabled academic researchers to develop tangible links with research partners from overseas, particularly in ODA research and DAC list countries. Now, Akan and I have been trundling around West Africa for about 12 years now, developing partnerships and collaborations and so on. And we suddenly found ourselves really well placed to bring a group together to actually significantly bid for this sort of funding. So I'm going to talk to you very briefly about two projects. One is what we call the Recirculate project, and really that was funded under the Growing Research Capability to Meet Challenges Faced by Developing Countries call, rather long-winded, and the full title of the project was Driving Eco-Innovation in Africa, Capacity Building for a Safe Circular Water Economy. Much easier to say Recirculate, and we had 6 African partner countries involved in that. And then from that, we won a smaller amount of money, which allowed us to operationalise the science, the research, the technology to real-world application. And that was through what we call the Actuate project. And what we were able to do was to bring these partners together. And if you remember, we had a sort of triple helix when we were talking about the Centre for Global Eco-Innovation. But as we learned and as we engaged with people in West Africa particularly, we realised that we were missing something. And that was the community. The community who were at the sharp end of the spear with regard to climate change and so on, and sustainability. And what we were able to do through this was to actually co-design, co-develop and co-deliver these projects. So it wasn't Lancaster saying, this is what we're going to do. It was about actually working as an equitable group to offer solutions to the problems that we were focusing on. So Recirculate, £7 million. From that, as I've already said, we developed the Actuate project, which allowed us to translate the research to real-world application. And what we did was we based it around a safe circular water economy of waste to energy to food. Okay, so what we have is we take a waste out of communities, we produce energy from it through anaerobic digestion, Of course, that energy is important because a lot of countries, communities have energy insecurity problems, moving away from hydrocarbons to produce this. And of course, from that, there's a waste product, which is called digestate, and that can naturally be used in agriculture as a nutrition source. So it feeds back into agriculture. Waste from agriculture feeds back into the energy production. And from that, we were able to build a lot of capacity building approaches, and Akan will talk about some of that shortly. But we held workshops in African countries, and we also invited Africans to come to Lancaster to work with us. And of course, then, well, where's the impact? Okay, what is meaningful here? And so we actually, through the Actuate project, we built anaerobic digester demonstrators, one at a school in Accra, and another, a slightly bigger one, at University of Benin in Nigeria. And we use these as educational tools to inform the students, the educators, whether it's school teachers or lecturers, and of course the communities that they come from, to understand this notion of circular economy and sustainability and the challenges therein. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to invite Akan to come up to the podium now to finish off. Thank you, Akan.
Thank you very much. So at the end of the project, so Kek was talking about the fact that most academics and researchers are very theoretical in some sense in most African countries. And so, but now we have 2 actual waste-to-energy plants located on campus. And so, but we discovered that actually, for that to progress, many academics in African countries are not quite used to entrepreneurial thinking. So it became very clear that we had to develop extra capacity in that respect. And so what did we do? Now, as it happened, COVID hit, and we had this money to spend, to travel for workshops, but we couldn't do anything. So we had to kind of get a move on. So myself and Kek designed what we call the Participate program. Very comprehensive program ran for about 14 months, which included online webinars, Instagram sessions, and Facebook Live sessions. It was very comprehensive. And over that period of time, we had about 1,200 registrations, over 300 new members outside the network. I think in total about 30,000 engagements over a 14-month period. So we've almost perfected, in some sense, a model of also running research in addition to interactions or even disruptions like COVID did. And then we also, well, what do we do next? So we now design actual face-to-face sessions as COVID was lying down, and then training programs for different academics. But then in the middle of it was the fact that we have these plans on campus situated, but then most of the academics who were engaging with it didn't understand the entrepreneurial dimensions of what they've been doing with waste management. And so you made it very clear that actually it makes sense for us to now design a specific program just for scientists and academics. And the program was titled Stimulating Entrepreneurial Thinking in Sciences. So we won extra funding for British Council and designed this program. Ran that for about 2 years with incredible impact across different universities in different African countries. And then at the end of the day, it became very clear that this program was so powerful because academics never used to think entrepreneurially. They just focused on research and publishing papers. But how do you actually convert your research to impact? And so on the back of that, we're now in a partnership to design a postgraduate training program around circular water economy or circular economy paradigm in partnership with the university in Nigeria and to scale that out across different locations. We also discovered a big gap in terms of applying for international grants, and most African countries struggle with this. And so we put together a training program on how to put together research proposals and resource mobilization. So we've delivered that across different countries. So myself and Kek are always traveling, to go and train academics on how to write very robust, credible, and powerful, impactful proposals for funding. Now, as you know the cases, a program is coming to an end, funding is coming to an end. The usual thing is academics to say, well, thank you, it was nice working with you, see you later. And we thought, no, we spent 5 years putting together an amazing partnership across these countries. We don't want to let these guys go because they become family. And so we designed this particular initiative called the Africa Research and Innovation Partnership, which was now launched literally a few months ago at the residence of the British High Commissioner in Ghana. And we had many partners who have worked on the project come together to say, okay, guess what? We love our working together. We enjoyed our partnership. Even though the funding has ended, let's remain together, doing different things, looking for the next funding opportunity. And that was the basis for that. And it's very, very impactful and very powerful, especially because it cuts across the quadruple helix. So you have partners from academia, from industry, from government, and also from civil societies and communities. Okay? So just give you an idea of the kind of partnerships we have across different African countries over a 5-year period. It's very, very comprehensive with an incredible footprint. And so we work with different countries continuously doing interesting sustainability projects. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker will be Dr. Stuart Wagland, joining us from Cranfield University.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for welcoming me to Lithuania. As the same with Lancaster, it's my first visit to Lithuania, so I'm really enjoying my first day here. So thank you for everybody for your warm welcome, and thank you to the organisers of this conference. So, my slides. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is how we do things at Cranfield. So we're quite different. So we're even smaller than Lancaster. So I think from the numbers that Kirk was presenting, our student and staff population probably just about matches your staff population. So we're very small comparatively, but we are a postgraduate only institution. So we don't have undergraduates, we don't have that large student body. So we tend to be very research intensive, industrially relevant research. So we operate at a big scale, so we have big stuff going on at Cranfield. So I'm going to talk to you about our pilot scale technology and how we use that in our education, in our sustainable development goals, and how we make sure that we have a low carbon impact across the UK and internationally. So I'll start my presentation by introducing Cranfield and tell you about what we do. Then I'll go through a few of our example pilot scale facilities. So there's not enough time in the day to cover all of them, but we have a number of really interesting new facilities being built, and have a look at some of our example projects as well, and think in the future. So part of our reason for being here today is what we want to form partnerships. So by telling you about what we can do and understanding what Lithuania and Vilnius universities are interested in developing, we can look at partnerships and think about joint projects. So I hope to come away here today having made a few interesting links, and look forward to talking to you later. So Cranfield University, we're not the most well-known university in the UK, of course, but those that do know us know that we do interesting, impactful, industrial relevant stuff. So we create leaders in technology, environment and management. So quite a statement here. So we unlock the potential of people, and we do transformational research. So we do very applied, not so much fundamental research. We do very applied research. Excuse me. And as I mentioned, we're exclusively postgraduate. So anybody that comes to study at Cranfield will have already completed a degree or have accumulated significant industrial experience. We're located at the heart of the UK. So unfortunately, I don't have a map to show where that is, but if you picture where London is, about 50 miles north of London is where Cranfield is located. We actually have two campuses. We have the Cranfield campus located just north of London, and then close to Swindon, which is just to the west. We have another campus called Shrivenham, which is our Ministry of Defence base. We don't have academic departments. That's another aspect of Cranfield which is very unique. So we've based our structure around the thematics areas. So we don't have a Department of Chemical Engineering, a Department of Chemistry, Mathematics, Engineering. We used to have that, but we've restructured into thematic areas. And we align all of these to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's all very interdisciplinary. We all work across the themes, the schools, We've tried to break down those silos and those barriers, and we work together because we recognise that by forming a partnership with, for example, colleagues in our business school, in our School of Management, we're able to work on projects such as sustainable business models. So that's where we can apply the scientific and engineering knowledge and put it into business practice and demonstrate the profitability and the commercialisation of that. So our research themes are here. So we have 8 research themes, and they're grouped up together into 4 distinct schools. So I work in the Water, Energy and Environment School, and specifically I belong to the Environment and Sustainability theme. But I work across all of these themes. I work with everybody. So a few more facts and figures. So it's not just a sales pitch, I promise. But we have, because we're postgraduate only, we have that opportunity to be more student focused. So we make sure that our students have that great experience, and we have a very high staff to student ratio. We've invested a lot of money in new facilities recently. So over the last few years, we've invested over £100 million into our facilities, and that's just continuing to grow. We work very heavily with industry and other partners across the world. Another interesting fact is that over half of our student population are over 30 years old. So we have a very mature student population. So if you were, and you're always welcome to come and visit Cranfield, but if you did visit, one thing you'll notice is it's a very quiet, calm environment. There's no masses of undergraduate students running around. It's a very learning and education focused campus. We're the 6th-time winner of the Queen's Anniversary Prize. And recently in our, so we have, every few years we have a Research Excellence Framework, and in the most recent one, over 88% of our research was rated as world leading or internationally excellent. So to talk a bit more about what we do in the Water, Energy and Environment theme, school even, so we have a number of extra sub-themes. So the water is water and design, energy, environment and agri-food, and energy and sustainability. And we have aligned our MSc courses, our research to those sustainable goals, but we've also developed the facilities, unique facilities that you won't find anywhere else, but we actually allow our students access to. We have PhD students working on these facilities, and it gives them that applied nature which makes them employable. We can work with companies. We're very welcoming to new companies partnering with our facilities to help them to understand a bit more about their commercial goals. So the school itself, £30 million turnover, that's £30 million income every year, 250 staff. So I said we were small. This is one of the biggest schools, and we've got 250 people there. So we align that very well to our sustainability goals, but we work a lot across the sustainable development, circular economy, net zero targets. We also work on sustainable agriculture, food security, resilience for future development. Education and communication is absolutely core. So we lean heavily on our alumni. So people that come and study at Cranfield, we continue that relationship as they enter the world of work, and we continue that relationship with them. And they come back to us with their industrial challenges, and we develop solutions for their business. So it keeps that merry-go-round going. And we're also very diverse, so we do celebrate our diversity. So recently we had 5 colleagues all voted within the top 50 women in engineering. So we're very proud of that fact. We have very good diversity across Cranfield. So whilst we have a very strong international student population, our staff are very international too. So energy and sustainability, we work with local companies. So in the top right-hand corner here is a local energy from waste plant. So this processes 500,000 tonnes of waste every year, and we've developed a very close link with them. So it's called Rookery South. And we've been working with them on understanding the potential for retrofitting carbon capture technologies onto that plant. We do a lot of work on renewable energy systems, so not just developing the photovoltaics or the wind turbines, but how do we link that with a battery or with a smart energy grid? And we also look at sustainable and future fuels, and that includes hydrogen. And that's going to be the focus of the next few slides. And we have our pilot scale test facilities. So if we want to help our partners to demonstrate their technology in the commercial world, doing it at lab scale doesn't always work. So we have our large scale facilities where people can come along, work with us, and we do some testing. So some of our example pilot scale facilities here, you can just see the in the bottom left is the wave tank. So it's a 50-meter long tank where we can replicate tidal flows, and we can test floating renewable energy systems on that. In the top right and top, we have our Energy Technology Centre for advanced thermal conversion. We also have materials and test facilities for long-scale 50,000-hour replicated tests of alloy performance in high-temperature corrosion environments. And then to go forward for some of our key projects. These are projects that we've either completed recently or we're currently underway with. And the top one is Hyper. This is an £8 million project that we're now most of the way through constructing. I've got a picture of that in the next slide. HyDex is a network where we're all working with the ERA University. So ERA is an energy research accelerator, and that's largely the Midlands innovation. PIRI is where we're working with Peterborough Council, looking at a smart energy network and smart exchange of resources, and looking at the energy from waste facility they had there and the sharing of heat into a smart energy grid. CDICE, this is where we look at our postdoctorate development, and that's also an ERA Midlands innovation project. So that's helping our early career researchers to develop into well-rounded academics, and chemical recycling of plastics. So I've included that there because that's exactly what I focus on. And we look at breaking down plastic or waste materials back into their building blocks and then rebuilding it back up into sustainable fuels or chemical for manufacturing. So Hyper, this is a very, very large facility. I've got a picture of the construction site next. But this is where we're taking methane, so natural gas, we're using steam to reform that methane in a catalytic environment, and that's producing hydrogen and CO2. What we're also integrating in this is a CO2 capture system. So we're taking natural gas and turning it into a low-carbon fuel. And we do that by capturing the carbon. So we don't release any carbon from it, and it's producing hydrogen. We've had a follow-on project for this called BioHyper, where we're taking natural gas from a biological source or bio-based sources and steam reforming that methane. So that was genuinely carbon neutral, and we're capturing the carbon, making it carbon positive, carbon negative even. So here's Hyper, and I love this slide because it doesn't just show Hyper, it shows something else which is very unique about Cranfield. So Hyper is here on the left-hand side. It's still a building site. It's actually advanced a little bit more from that slide, but because of our airspace, we can't use drones very often. We have to be very careful about taking pictures. But what you can see here is the Hyper facility, the Hyper tower is going up in the middle, and we've got the flue on the left-hand side. And we think this will be one of the most unique demonstration scale facilities in the UK when it's completed. But what you can see in the background is one of our aircraft. So the other unique part about Cranfield is our airport. We're the only UK university to have an airport. And that comes from our history as an aeronautical college. It's a former Royal Air Force base. And what you can see here is the aircraft is parked next to something called DARTEC, which is our Digital Aviation Research and Technology Centre. And what they have here is tests to look at boarding planes and how people behave. So that's a social study, but also how you would manage the aircraft takeoffs and landing. We have a digital control tower for our aircraft, so we don't actually have anyone looking at the runway, on the runway. It's off-site, so we can actually manage airports by not being there. That's quite unique too. So we've got that one. There's another one which is often part there as well, which is a cross-institution facility called, it measures atmospheric emissions. So that's a NERC-funded aircraft, which Cranfield own a share of, and we've got a number of little planes, like Cessna planes. And we've also got lots of private planes stored on Cranfield as well. So it's really interesting when we have the Silverstone, the British Grand Prix. Wealthy plane owners from across the world will come and land at Cranfield and jump in another helicopter and take them to the Silverstone Grand Prix. So it's really an interesting and exciting time at that time of year. But to show how we work across the whole campus. So this is the Cranfield campus that you can see here. So Hyper is right in just to the centre of the right-hand side there. So what I showed you there was the two right-hand side boxes, bulk hydrogen production and the digital aviation. But looking beyond that, we look at Cranfield campus as a living lab. So we work across the whole of the school, so the whole of the university, on sustainable fuel production, but sustainable fuel use. And how do we store that material? How do we store hydrogen safely? What impact does that fuel have on the materials? How does it impact the carbon intensity of the conversion? So we work across the whole school, looking at the business models. So the School of Management are actually to the left of this slide, this picture here. The School of Water and Environment are in the middle, and our School of Aerospace, Transport and Manufacturing are to the right-hand side, and the Defence and Security are located off-site. But we have, this is a living lab. We see this as how we all work together to achieve a goal. And of course, in every aspect of this, we inject all of our learning into our taught programs. So our students get access to all of this, and we can ensure that the wide-scale international impact is actually being included in our MSc courses. So not net zero, but jet zero. So this is a £40 million investment, and we have a new company, well, an existing company, moving onto campus called Marshall. So this is redeveloping a large part of our airport with a commercial company moving on, and that will help us to grow that living laboratory dynamic. So they will be able to test their planes using our airport, using the hydrogen that we produce, and we can monitor the weather, their performance of the planes, and put that back round the loop to improve the efficiency and the performance of the planes. And of course, we have other taught programs which can look at other aspects such as the plane designs, but the hydrogen production as well, and that's something which I particularly focus on in the conversion of waste into hydrogen. So I mentioned CDICE at the beginning. This is a network which is very much focused on the development of our researchers, so technical skills and transforming our researchers into being very good at communicating outside to the wider world. And HYDEX, it's a hydrogen-focused network across the whole of the Midlands innovation, so it includes several universities, internationally as well. But ERA is the lead behind that, so they are based out of Birmingham University. We work very closely with the Midlands group, so they have a lot of very common interests. And expanding on what I've mentioned before about energy from waste, So we have some very unique pilot scale facilities, so about 250 kilowatts. Some of them are slightly smaller, and another one of our facilities up to 500 kilowatts is still we've not completed that yet. But we have fluidized bed combustion plant, gasification, pyrolysis, and we've used these facilities to test the viability of converting UK waste into useful products, which has enabled us to ensure that the ETI demonstrator was constructed. So the data that we generated from our work fed into this 1.5 megawatt, £10 million investment in the West Midlands to build a oxygen steam gasification plant processing UK waste. We've also done some work across the sea in Africa. So working with a company based out of Lagos, Nigeria, West Africa Energy, was a very interesting waste management company based there, looking at converting low-grade plastics into diesel substitutes so that they can use that diesel in backup generators to help facilitate their energy network. And finally, we've done some work on conversion of plastic-rich materials into liquid fuels and other chemicals. So we're really keen to see that circularity. Rather than just burning our plastics or our waste to produce CO2, we can convert our material into something much more usable, much more impactful. And talking about this last night with some of you, so this is another area where we're working across the themes. So this is energy and sustainability, working with water and the wider UK water sector. So the UK water sector is broken down by a number of different companies, but they all work very closely together, something called UK Water Innovation and Research. And one of the main challenges that we have in the UK is around 3.5 million tonnes of sewage sludge, treated sludge, is spread to agricultural land every year. However, that's now being limited and restricted. So we are being faced with a potential problem of 3 million tonnes a year not being able to go to land. So what do we do with that? So we're working with the wastewater sector to find a solution to that. The obvious solution is to burn it, but energy from waste plants don't want it. It's too wet. So we can dry it and send it to those. However, they want a lot of money to accept such an undesirable material. So working with the water industry, we're looking at pyrolysis to convert that sewage sludge into a biochar, which helps address the nutrient loss that farmers and agricultural landowners will otherwise face. So sewage sludge is full of lovely nutrients, it's also full of horrible other stuff, but by taking that sewage sludge away from the agriculture, they need to substitute it with fertilisers. So by converting sewage sludge into biochar, we're helping to reintroduce that nutrient in a different form. So we're working with all of the wastewater sector on this to try and work out what the sustainable business model would look like on pyrolysis of sewage sludges. So this is my conclusion slide. So we've already got lots of large-scale testing going underway. So we've already got that whole system projects on hydrogen and sustainable fuels. But if we look to the future, we've got lots of other challenges in the UK, such as alternatives to domestic heating, energy grids, platform chemicals for manufacturing. Where do we get those from? So our whole sector is changing its scope, and decarbonising across the whole manufacturing sector is very challenging. I mentioned the nutrients and amendment for soil by using biochar. The challenges that we face is that we always need to be reviewing and revising, revamping our interdisciplinary partnerships. And we need to ensure that we maintain our momentum towards solutions, and recognising that the uncertainty ahead in terms of developing technology for net zero, and seeing the big picture. So if we join up and partner, what's the big picture? What's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years' time? How can we make sure that what we do now is relevant? And we have a pilot testing for education sustainability. So we use our industry relevant research in our teaching, and we ensure that we have internationally recognised outputs. So I'm taking the hint that we need to finish. Okay. So I left my contact details up there. So if you do have any questions, please do get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Stuart's slides and everyone else's slides will be made available to all participants should you want to view them later. So our next speaker is Professor Liz Price, Deputy Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Sustainability at Manchester Metropolitan University.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here. So I hope you can see my slides okay. Yep. Can you just confirm you can see my slides? I hope you can. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, well, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Manchester Met has been invited to give 2 presentations, so we realise we're keeping you from your lunch, so we'll be as prompt as we can. I'm Liz Price, I'm Deputy Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Sustainability at Manchester Met, and I'm delighted to share how Manchester Metropolitan University's sustainability strategy is shaped and how we've implemented this to date. Then my colleague Emma Gaff will be focusing on green hydrogen, but also we're joined by our colleague Professor Paul Hooper, who is here to join the speed dating event to explore wider research opportunities with everybody here at the meeting, and we're delighted to be here. So I'm sure we all know that universities are very well placed to deliver technology and behaviour change sustainability solutions. And to achieve this, our leadership in sustainability strategy that runs from 2022 to 2026 has 4 goals. The first of these is leadership in sustainability. Second is academic innovation and impact. The third is sustainable campus and practices. And the fourth is engagement and partnerships. And I'm going to give some examples of progress to date against our goals. So in terms of leadership and sustainability, we're rated a top UK in the top 3 UK universities most sustainable university for a decade in the People and Planet University League. And we aim to be a beacon of sustainable development practice, making a positive difference to our society, the environment and the economy through our education, research, partnerships and campus. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about that now. So our next goal, which links to academic innovation and impact, focuses on research and education. In top left, you can see an example of our work on nature-based solutions. So our research in nature-based solutions to climate change includes work to reduce carbon emissions and restore the carbon storage capacity of peatlands across Northwest Europe to return them to active carbon sinks. Our research on blue carbon focuses on carbon accumulation of restored salt marshes. And as with previous colleagues, all our work involves undergraduate and postgraduate students, as well as our leading researchers in these activities. We really operate a pipeline approach to enabling sustainability change. On the top right, you can see aviation and climate. So our research is shaping global measures to mitigate aviation's climate change effects. We've provided essential advice, analysis and research and scientific leadership that has led to the agreement of the first carbon dioxide emissions standards for international aviation. And our research on non-volatile particulate emissions, or soot to you and I, from engines contributed to a new international regulation on exhaust emissions for all new aircraft engines from 2023. And we also work very closely with airports. So, for example, we are partners in a Horizon Tulips project to accelerate innovative and sustainable solutions to reduce emissions at airports. On the bottom left, you can see our work on the Fuel Cell Innovation Centre. The university's Manchester Fuel Cell Innovation Centre is a 4.1 million facility intended to provide Greater Manchester with vital skills and tools in hydrogen and fuel cell technology. so the region can play a significant role in the UK's drive towards clean, renewable power. We partnered with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to launch the Greater Manchester Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Strategy, which ran from 2021 and runs till 2025. And building on the work of the university's Manchester Fuel Cell Innovation Centre, the Greater Manchester Electrochemical Hydrogen Cluster has been funded through the Government Innovation Accelerator Fund. And my colleague Emma will provide much more detail shortly on green hydrogen. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. In terms of climate resilience, on the bottom right, we're working closely with developing a vision for a more resilient Manchester in the future. And our researchers' work with the Manchester Climate Change Agency aims to refresh the climate change policy for the region. We're also working on the UNESCO Climate Resilience Network. There isn't a picture here, but for digital innovation, our work on smart infrastructure focuses on digitalization of the physical aspects of infrastructure and industry, taking advantage of the growing abilities of the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, digital twin, and other technologies. We're collaborating with Siemens on the delivery of the 4 million Centre for Digital Innovation that has been funded through the Government Innovation Accelerator Fund. And the final area I'd like to highlight today is circular economy. Our work on circular economy brings together a diverse network of specialist technical researchers and advisors to support businesses, policymakers, and communities and individuals making the switch to a circular economy. So that's been a very whistle-stop tour, but I hope it's given you a flavour of some of the areas of our expertise that we would be delighted to collaborate with you on. In relation to education and behaviour change, the bottom right image shows our work on carbon literacy and education for sustainable development. So we have committed to embed education for sustainable development and our award-winning and sector-leading carbon literacy training in all our programmes by 2026. And this really has a focus on action. And this is to prepare all our graduates, including those undertaking apprenticeships, for the challenges and opportunities they will face. And we also work with a wide range of external organisations to tailor carbon literacy to their needs. And what may be of interest to colleagues listening today is that we've also developed a free toolkit with the support of the UK government that is to enable universities to deliver carbon literacy training, and that's freely available to universities in the UK and worldwide. We have a connected curriculum working with Siemens, so our work with that organisation aims to ensure that graduates leave university with the industrial digitalisation skills that industry is looking for. We've done some really exciting work working with our students, not only on our Manchester campus, but in our China campus at the same time, and that's worked very effectively working with Siemens. Print City is our additive manufacturing centre of excellence, which boasts close to 80 printers and has seen an investment of 1.7 million in equipment. We run an MSc in digital design and manufacturing through the faculty and through the facility, and have 30 students enrolled this year. We're using the Siemens AM network platform as a demonstrator facility. And linked to the National Education Nature Park, we are a partner in the government's Department of Education National Education Nature Park Initiative, which is linked to the sustainability and climate change strategy that we heard about earlier. We're a university champion and we're the only higher education partner in the consortium. As part of that work, we're sharing our facilities and expertise with local schools, and we work with partners such as Chester Zoo, and our university students and schools to deliver tangible environmental and social benefits focused on understanding the importance of nature and sustainability and translating this knowledge into positive action. And the bottom left, you can see Eco Innovation Northwest, and this is hosted by the Business School Centre for Enterprise. And this is an EDRF funded project which supports small and medium-sized enterprises in transitioning to net zero. The programme offers one-to-one and cohort support to help businesses understand the climate emergency and how they can respond through innovation. And the participants leave the programme with a net zero action plan that supports long-term carbon reduction and innovation. And finally, on the top right, you can see net zero skills. We began leading a new project to define a net zero skills charter for our region, and this will identify skills needed for decarbonisation, address any gaps, and ensure local businesses have the talent they require for a net zero future. It's envisaged that with the right training and education, a new 660,000 strong regional workforce can be nurtured. And again, those are just a very quick snapshot. We'd be delighted to talk to you about these in more detail if you're interested. Our third goal relates to sustainable campus and practices, and we've got many initiatives that drive us towards our ambition here, but just focusing on carbon emissions, we continue to make progress on our carbon reduction targets. Our scope 1 and 2 emissions related to our fuel and energy use are on track for a 44% reduction by 2026, and we're on track to reach net zero before 2038. We've also started work on a Scope 3 carbon management plan related to our value chain, which will show how before 2038 we intend to reach net zero. And we've got several strategic carbon reduction projects, but they include heat decarbonisation and also off-site renewable energy. And finally, our final goal is engagement and partnerships. And our focus here is that sustainability will add value to our local, national and international engagement activities, such as our fantastic meeting today, and that we will support our city region on its journey to becoming zero carbon by 2038. And just one example of this I wanted to show you is where we recently hosted a panel session at the Greater Manchester Green Summit, focused on delivering our future green workforce with partners from industry, and different sectors of education and also the wider government. So that's finally all I wanted to say. Sorry it was so speedy, but hopefully not keeping you too much from lunch, and I'm delighted to hand over to my colleague Amma now. Thank you very much.
Intro, and after the break, which will take almost 1 hour, we'll have her colleague Amer Gafar speaking in more detail. Perhaps we have now to tell to also other colleagues who are on remote connection with us that we are resuming our conference in at 1 o'clock Ukrainian and Lithuanian time, at 11 a.m. UK time. But I believe we can use those who are here together for having conversations over the lunch, which will be served for all of us in the hall of our conference premises. And I would just say, I believe it's already a number of inspirational things we can bring to ourselves from presentations we had, how switched on UK universities are not only just to committing to their own mission, but also to serving wider context societies, globally engaging and so on. And I think that is something where we will be able to explore later in the afternoon. Thanks for being with us. I hope technical issues are behind us. Let's resume at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone. we now will have further presentations from British universities based on sharing best practices from their different type of activities, portfolios, and following presentation before the break from Manchester Metropolitan delivered by Liz Price. It will be followed by Amer Ghaffar, Director of Manchester Fuel Cell Innovation Center. I understand Amer is with us, and I see that quite a number of people are connected from participants online, so we carry on. And Amer, good to have you with us. Please, the screen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and many thanks for the invite today. As Liz mentioned before, I think she's covered certain aspects of what the Fuel Cell Centre actually does, but the way we've developed our ambitions around Greater Manchester is really very much around a true partnership. But that partnership really started with looking at why hydrogen demand is really focused for a global ambition right now. So if you take the graph on the right-hand side, you can see the demand for hydrogen is set to increase tenfold by 2050, and that's across key sectors like power generation, transportation, industrial energy. But the reality of the situation is only 0.1% of global hydrogen production today is green. Now, ultimately, global ambitions dictate that we are either focused on generating lots more low carbon hydrogen, which is blue hydrogen, or green hydrogen. Now, the challenge of all of that is we need more R&D, we need more companies involved in the supply chain. So the areas of technology that we specifically could work on are device level electrochemical. So it's electrolysis or fuel cells. Now, in terms of a fuel cell, you can see how the process works on the right-hand side. But if you take then why a partnership with a city region like Greater Manchester was so critical and so important to us, you can sort of understand from their key challenges. So the graph that you see in front of you is where all of the emissions come from in Greater Manchester. So our biggest challenges are transport and domestic gas. They're the two largest sources of carbon emissions. So in order to decarbonise that, we have suggested that hydrogen has to play a role, and that is really going to focus towards transport and heavy haulage, but heavy transport. And our whole ambition is that whole system approach, because there's not a single technology that will effectively get us to net zero by 2038. Now, if you take what that actually means from a hydrogen perspective, we're talking about multiple areas of investment, and these are global areas of investment. So if you want to understand hydrogen, I think that's what you have to do first, is understand where the investment is being made. So it's how you produce hydrogen, and there's multiple forms, and then how you use it in applications like fuel cells. So moving it around is, again, a clear challenge area. Storing it is a challenge area. Transport applications, non-transport applications, and then there's a complete requirement for a wraparound of support services from finance through to policy, through to standards and certifications that all need to be developed. So in terms of understanding what that puzzle meant for us, we clearly understand that R&D was at the forefront. In fact, we are a university and we have great strengths in key areas that lend themselves to hydrogen. And then looking at the policies and regulations that needed to be created, the business case that needed to be put together from both an R&D perspective, but equally a deployment perspective, understanding all of these different areas, at the core of it, in the middle, is your global answer, the investment, who's going to pay for it all. So we recognise, I think there's a global recognition that hydrogen is going to be critical towards multiple countries' net zero ambitions, and especially those hard to decarbonise areas. And government and industry support is critical to development. The challenge is, how do you bring together this whole puzzle? So for us, it was understanding what policy was being created. So in August of 21, the UK government released its first ever UK hydrogen strategy, and then we released an energy security strategy. So that's it on one page. It has 5 key pillars for it. And this is, in a way, the way we've designed our ambitions. So if you take the first point, it's about what is hydrogen's role in meeting net zero, what are the opportunities for businesses, and clearly how can you support more R&D and innovation and producing lots more hydrogen that is either low carbon or green. Realizing the economic benefits, building the supply chain, creating the jobs, attracting the investment, scaling it up. If you look at it in that sense, it's simple. It's about production, distribution, use, and creating the market. And then demonstrating an international sort of leadership, but also a partnership around this, because the UK ambition isn't the only ambition. There's 52 global hydrogen roadmaps in existence now. So this really does require global endeavour to succeed. In terms of what we did then from a national versus regional scope, is we were involved in developing aspects of the UK hydrogen strategy, and we then released a hydrogen and fuel cell strategy for the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. 1 month after the UK government approved theirs, we approved the one for the Combined Authority, and it's with its national lens, it's scoping regional projects. So what we do is we design programs that solve challenges. Now, if the government ambition is to deliver 10 gigawatts of low carbon hydrogen capacity by 2030, we have to understand that, where is that going to effectively come from? So utilizing excess offshore wind to bring down the costs, and then understanding the multiple challenges that exist. So the energy challenge. So globally, wherever you are, the more expensive the electricity is, the more expensive the hydrogen is going to be. But curtailment in the UK is a growing policy issue. So that's when we see a wind turbine and it stood still, that currently stands at about £800 million. So that's an ideal time to run an electrolyser, and there's an immediate potential £800 million saving. The materials challenge, that's what our core of what our academics do. So we work on device level electrochemistry, and we work on problems with fuel cells in terms of their platinum issue. With electrolyzers, we work on challenges around iridium, which is a byproduct of platinum, but it's 10 times more expensive. And then we work with key manufacturers because we need to deliver a global pipeline, not just a UK pipeline. So we're encouraging and supporting more manufacturers or more businesses to get involved in the supply chain opportunity. Now, our centre supports over 100 to 120 different businesses who are at various different degrees and scale and size of their value chain journey. And then the resource challenge, 95% of all hydrogen projects are currently in planning. When they come out of planning, who's going to deliver them? The financial challenge, net zero is clearly going to be expensive. I believe it's going to cost £18 trillion to end net zero globally. But we need to develop more green hydrogen projects, which are expensive to deploy. The grid challenge, in an urban environment, we're going to be completely reliant on grid capacity. So we need more capacity in the network to bring in more offshore wind capacity to allow us to connect these electrolyzers. The water challenge, the purity and quantity of water required is something that often gets overlooked. So in terms of 5 metric tons per megawatt capacity of electrolysis, that's quite a lot of purified water that will be required. The political challenge, there's a changing landscape, there's multiple policies and views. So we need to understand both political party ambitions in the UK, and they are both supportive of hydrogen, as are sort of most global ambitions around this. And then the planning and procurement challenge. So we need to provide intelligence for key departments. So in terms of what we did is we took the level and areas of investment and we set up a public-private partnership with the Combined Authority that started almost 10 years ago. That led to the ambition of the Innovation Centre, which we lead, to be created, which now supports a varying degree of supply chain across the investment areas. We obviously produced that policy, which created that vision, and that now also includes UK's largest consented green hydrogen scheme. It's a 200 megawatt plant, which will be built in 2025 in multiple phases. Phase 1 will be 20 megawatts. And I'm going to sort of talk about that a little bit more because that was born out of another partnership that we created with our gas network operators who are Cadent, Electricity North West, who own and operate the grid, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, the University and Trafford Council. But equally, we're a university, so we also launched the world's first targeted program of hydrogen education, which you see on your screen. It's called High Schools, hyschools.com. It's currently delivered in 10 countries, and it was a partnership between France, Italy, Belgium, Romania, Greece, and we recently gave that to the Polish government, who've now translated all the resources into Polish, and it's free. So if there is an opportunity to share that with your schools, please do so. We've also then developed a free online course, which is about the challenge of clean growth and how we meet targets like 2038. So the idea is, as we develop all of this ecosystem, we're working with key organizations like Net Zero Northwest is our big industrial cluster in the wider Northwest. That is where a £0.9 billion hydrogen pipeline lives and exists or is being developed. So they have a huge skills ambition around that. And I think Liz mentioned before that we're leading the skills pathway for them. So the idea is we want Greater Manchester to be the place where potentially, if you're interested in this technology, you can discover, develop and deploy. And we do that through programs that we have developed over time. So the vision that you see in front of you, you'll see the Fuel Cell Innovation Centre on the right-hand side. This is equally an opportunity to innovate or to do research or to deploy the technology if you have the product to do so. So the big green energy park in the middle is the project I was talking about. What is happening there is there are multiple companies being attracted to that area because there is going to be a stable and secure supply of hydrogen being delivered from 2025. And then all of the other sort of vision that you see is opportunities that are being created for both angles. This is a new project that we've just had funded, and this is really about bringing the innovation gap and creating that innovation gap and making it smaller. So we're doing scientific discovery within this project. This was funded under the government's Innovation Accelerator. We'll be working with the University of Manchester, the Henry Royce Institute and the UK's national labs to create this new electrochemical-based cluster. The opportunity is we will do about 15 R&D projects with businesses of all different sizes and scale, and then we will build more capacity into other businesses through our innovation programs. We will also equally feed into what is being developed right now, which is a UK national hydrogen program. In order to scale up that innovation opportunity, we also recognise that we will need a much larger facility, which isn't quite a gigafactory, but it allows the industrialisation of these technologies to happen. So this is an ambition that we're working with our industry partners to develop out. And this basically means that we're moving towards trying to create a national hydrogen centre, which will focus on device level for fuel cells and electrolyzers in Manchester. Liz mentioned our skills for net zero work before, and that's all I wanted to sort of showcase on this is the headline objectives that we started this work with. And the whole idea behind this work is we're bringing together the supply chain, the industrial supply chain, the educational supply chain, and then we can then respond and create the new courses that will need to be created for a hydrogen economy. And it's not just about hydrogen, it's a wider net zero ambition. But our key thing here is that we believe that everyone from shop floor to boardroom should be given the ability to understand what net zero is and how it affects their business. In terms of hydrogen, those are the skills that are going to be critical for this sector, and we're working with our industry partners and our university colleagues to try and see where our role within these are. So we've already got the schools programme, so this is now about developing other courses, which some might not be suitable to us as a university, but we will be working with the partners to sort of develop those ambitions out. So in summary, I think it's recognising what role you can play within the hydrogen economy, because I believe there's a place in it for everyone. The current market opportunity is worth about $500 billion, and that is increasing daily. There's 52 plus roadmaps, but those will either be reissued. So I'm going to give you two examples. Last week, the US government introduced a $7 billion clean hydrogen program, which funded a lot of activity. 4 or 5 weeks ago, the Japanese government reissued their hydrogen strategy and committed $107 billion to the supply chain over the next 15 years, with a commitment of 15 gigawatts on electrolyzer type technology. So there's multiple benefits to doing what we have done, and there's multiple opportunities for partnership. For the private sector, it's access to the R&D facilities. We know those markets because we are working in a true partnership with our combined authority. We've got the most ambitious target in the UK of 2038, so we have developed a role for hydrogen, and it's underpinning their 2038 ambition. And then for international collaboration, I think the point I would sort of like to end on is that collaboration is crucial to support innovation and change across the global energy system. And that is the end of my sort of presentation. So my contact details are available on the QR code. And if there are any questions, just please let me know. But thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot, Amer, for your specific case presentation, but also in a wider context related with the skills development and wider Manchester region. So now we move on to other presentation from UK University. This time we move to the north, Scottish University, Abertay. And we have Professor Daniel Gilmore and Dr. Ehsan Yorat with us, and they will talk carbon capture, can urban land be used to absorb CO2? Daniel, are you with us? All good? Slides are on. Sound is on the way.
Yes, hello everybody, I hope you can hear me fine. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me today to give a talk about Abertay's sustainability profile and the kind of projects that we've been doing at Abertay. My name is Professor Daniel Gilmore. I'm a Professor in Sustainability Assessment and Enhancement, and I've been working really in the sector for 20 odd years looking at where we can enhance sustainability through our processes. Okay, just 1 second. So for those who don't know Dundee, I thought it was useful to start with where we are. We're based on the east coast of Scotland between Edinburgh and Aberdeen. Dundee is a small city, it's about 150,000 people. It was very much an industrial manufacturing city, but is now very much moved to knowledge-based economy, and with 2 universities there, it's a thriving place. So it's certainly changed a lot in the last few years, and we've got, as I show in the slides, some iconic activity going on. So just before I talk about the research offers that we have at Abertay, I just thought I would just mention the teaching that we do. We're very student-focused at Abertay, and have been recognised through this through the sort of University of Year Awards, and also in terms of our subject area knowledge in civil engineering and also in computer games, which is very well known, and the Princeton Review, which is an international review, ranked Abertay in the top 10 for many years. In terms of teaching areas that may be of interest to partners, we've got a range of civil engineering, construction, environmental programs that all have international partnership opportunities. So really, it was just to touch that as we're talking today. And in terms of our civil engineer ourselves, we've just been awarded the top in Scotland for teaching satisfaction. So as I'm on talking about university, I should make sure I've mentioned that. So in terms of the research that we do at Abertay, we've got 4 key challenge spaces that we have in our research plan. And I'm responsible for the Sustainable Development and Inclusive Living Challenge space. So that's really looking at the responsible use of natural resources, and thinking about particularly energy, food and water, and how we can integrate them within our living and business infrastructures, and make sure that we're transforming and safeguarding these in terms of resilience and other things. You can see here we've got a number of pooled areas of excellence that we have at Abertay, and we've tried to draw people together across the university because it's a small institution to try and work collaboratively, and that's one of the key strengths that we feel we have, that we're working very much cross-disciplinary, and that helps when you're addressing things like sustainability and sustainable development, which needs to address a large number of areas at once. So in terms of the kind of things I want to talk about today, this kind of model of transitioning to a climate resilient future is very much central to the way that we approach a lot of our projects, where we're thinking about how can we drive change and support change in industry and government, and also understand the technical parts. So the transition cycle works from having a vision at the top, round through activities, and we've used this model across a number of different approaches through the years, with some pilot examples of case study projects and activities, they end up with this driving this cycle. So it's all about collaboration. The previous speaker talked excellently about the collaboration you need to deliver change in terms of hydrogen, and we've certainly been looking at the same kind of approaches to look at nature-based solutions. We're thinking about carbon sequestration, blue-green infrastructure, and how do we monitor and assess sustainability within these things. The other part of the work that is particularly important is very much about understanding the needs of decision makers and trying to support them in terms of the work that they need to do and the information they need to do. So I've done a lot of work personally in terms of making sure that stakeholders, or trying to encourage stakeholders to get this right information at the right time, the right person. And key is the right form, so that something that's meaningful to them, either as a stakeholder or as a decision maker, how do they have this right information? So it's about supporting decision making. And a lot of the work that we've done has been trying to support Scottish Government to enhance knowledge and also understand the potential of these interventions that they have. So I'd like just to take us through a few example projects, and it's just going to be a whistle-stop tour of a few of the different kinds of things we've been doing. And what I want to do is really just, it's a slide just to pick up the breadth of activity, because I really wanted to get a feel for the types of things that you might be interested in later on as collaborating activities. So I've got a few projects here. The first one was working with Scottish Government, looking at different guidance for renewable development. So we're talking about construction of wind farms, hydrogen, this type of thing. So how do we actually develop guidance for good practice on construction of peatlands or wetlands? Because certainly in Scotland, that's where a lot of renewable infrastructure is placed. So there's standard mitigation measures that are available, and we reviewed the effectiveness of these to make sure that we can identify areas that can be enhanced. And this was really to support Nature Scot, which is the Scottish Government's environmental protection part for nature, to present guidance to contractors and developers on how they can do this. So a lot of what we're looking back was looking at current practice and where we can improve this. Another example, we were looking in, for the Scottish Government, looking at opportunities to apply water treatment residues, so from drinking water treatment, and where we can dispose of this to alternative places to try and, can we put this on agricultural land, and supporting the decision-making process around that. So here we've developed a decision support framework and all the science behind the framework to identify what are the criteria and the information that's required to understand whether this material can be applied to land, to help Scotland develop alternative places to dispose rather than landfill, and use this material and add value in terms of the waste for Scottish Water and SEPA. An example in terms of working strategically across different organisations, the Glasgow Metropolitan Strategic Drainage Plan is very much an organisation. It's about 50 organisations working across this large area. And what we wanted to do was for the Scottish Government to understand what kind of model could they replicate this model in other cities, to use existing infrastructure and make more resilient infrastructure in terms of drainage, and working together to be more effective. So it was really understanding the connections between all these different policies, and particularly the community actors, and thinking about what benefits we could have in terms of placemaking particularly, which is thinking about how can we enhance the environment and the natural capital and improve the environment for people living there. So this work's led to help the government deliver more cost-effective and efficient strategies and policies for commissioning infrastructure. So they're looking to where they can develop this in the future. Another example of working across different organisations, Transform Net Zero, was a project that's just finished actually recently, and that was about low carbon innovation within the water, energy, food nexus. So that's across all these different things. And basically, providing novel solutions to valorize waste and identify alternative places that we can reduce this waste through collaborative design. So we'd identified the barriers and then did some networks and understood where the cost savings and prepared new opportunities for organizations to influence low carbon vision and this type of thing. And the key part there was working with academia, is with access to world-class labs and research facilities, enable them to develop a lot of materials they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Thinking about more broader work, the operation of maintenance of sustainable urban drainage systems is something that we've worked on for a long time. That's very much thinking about how can we integrate blue and green space within urban design. And that's really, firstly, creating designs that work, but then also understanding how they can be maintained and operate on the long term. So, for example, the picture there of Dundee Eastern Expansion, we've been involved for 20 odd years there, monitoring the performance of these systems and making sure that there's an understanding of how this can be added to. And then the work has led to a lot of these government commission projects where we're actually helping write guidance for a number of previous Syria guidance, which is the sort of the construction guidance, and one at the moment we're looking at for community maintenance of flood assets. So we're thinking about how can we engage different areas of the community and stakeholders within the maintenance of this resilient infrastructure. Something else I want to talk about, Ehsan can't join us today, unfortunately. This is his area of expertise. And this is really around soil carbon sequestration. So that's really the opportunity for us, as well as having carbon stored in forests and woodlands. How can we actually use the soil as well as part of the carbon sink? If you'll be aware of peatlands, for example, have a lot of carbon sequestration potential. But the trouble is, if you're certainly looking at land that's then disturbed, it then releases the carbon into the atmosphere. Inorganic carbon sequestration, rather than organic, is a permanent storage of carbon. So this is where there's an opportunity to add material like basalt or dolerite, that's like the crushed material of from quarries, or concrete, demolition waste. And this, mixed into the soil, can sequester substantial amounts of CO2 from the atmosphere, and basically as a chemical process. And what Ehsan's work has shown is that we can use all types of materials. It doesn't have to be farming material, it could be urban sites, engineered lands like embankments and roadworks, and all of these have an opportunity to sequester a lot of this material. I think there was something like 1,000 tons per 10 hectares of land. So it's a substantial opportunity to sequester each year. Another area of work that we're doing at the moment is looking at using AI and machine learning as part of understanding the environment. And this is a project where we're using digital soil mapping. So if you look at the diagram here, you go in and take a number of test areas, and you can use that with the interpretation of the vegetation, and this actually develops digital soil maps. So this machine learning can actually predict soil properties. So the project at the moment to map the whole of Scotland and then use this approach to have predictive soil maps, which have been shown to be accurate so far. And finally, just thinking about sustainability and assessment and enhancement, this is really where we're thinking about what information do people need and how can we influence the decision making. This is an image from a project where we looked at alternative sources of food, energy and waste, and things like insect protein or using anaerobic digestion, and how could we look at the sustainability indicators that we might need for this. So these are all kind of projects that we've been doing at Abertay, and it was a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but the idea was really just to give you a feel for the types of things that we do and opportunities that we'd like to have to work with you in different areas across these themes. So there's a few references to some of the work that we've done. But if you'd like to get in touch, please contact the organisation team and they can pass on my details, which are on the front of the slides as well. So thanks very much. I hope that was appropriate, and sorry we can't be here today, but lovely to speak to you.
Thanks, Daniel. Good seeing you. Thank you for your contribution, especially examples. I just, before turning on to other speaker, I want to draw attention. I see quite a few universities from Lithuanian side here present. Each UK university has sustainable indicators, parameters for their daily activities. And as I understand, it's common practice for UK higher education institutions to look through these different angles and look how things could be performed better. And that is, I think, one of the lessons we could maybe looking onto the future, how modern university responsible towards the climate change in itself can do transformations within institution. So we are turning now on to other speaker representing Wolverhampton University next to Birmingham. We have with us Professor Panos Georgakis, Professor in Intelligent Transportation Systems. Panos, good to have you with us. Please, your slides are on. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello, thanks. I hope you can hear me okay. Thanks for inviting me to participate in your event. My name is Panos Georgakis. I'm from the University of Wolverhampton in the UK, and my presentation is about giving you an overview of a number of sort of research projects that we have done in the near future, in the near past, and we are actually doing now. And all of them are from the Horizon Framework Program. Some of them are from the Horizon 2020, and some newer ones are from Horizon Europe. And my role, or my sort of title here at the university, is Professor of Intelligent Transportation Systems. So all these projects that I'm going to be presenting and the work that we're doing is related to mobility in the context of sustainable cities and also smart infrastructure. Just to give you a quick introduction about the University of Wolverhampton, we are located in the West Midlands region of England, very close to Birmingham. We, as an institution, under different forms, we have been providing, let's say, vocational courses for over 200 years now. We're given the designation of a polytechnic in 1969, and were granted the university status in 1992. We currently have roughly around 20,000 students, and we operate under 3 faculties. I'm actually situated within the faculty of Science Engineering and the School of Architecture and the Built Environment. So the work I'm going to be presenting today, again, as I mentioned earlier, is mainly showcasing our research, and it actually falls under a number of different sort of types of research, and each of those sort of aligns to a different research project that we have participated in. And I'm going to go into the details of all these areas, but the highlights are the work we're doing is related to big data analytics and machine learning applications for transport, integrated mobility services. We do quite a bit of work with modeling and simulation. We provide sort of some decision support tools for network and traffic management. And recently we have 2 successful projects, one in safety. So we are developing some safety applications for vulnerable road users, and also participate in a new project on last mile logistics. So the first project that I'm presenting is called Optimum. This finished about 4 years ago now. It was one of the first projects, Horizon 2020 projects, that looked into big data and how big data can support different mobility applications. We had partners from different countries in Europe, and the main themes of the demonstrations that we provided at the end of the project were multimodal mobility within urban environments and a number of services to support people, let's say, moving around in a more efficient way. We had a pilot demonstration in Portugal looking at dynamic toll charging. So depending on the level of traffic, you know, the charge for different, let's say, motorways could potentially change to let's say, give incentive to people to maybe to use less congested areas. And then we had also a cross-border pilot in the central Europe to sort of investigate how different services can operate harmoniously in different countries. So our work in this project was mainly looking at providing some traffic forecasting algorithms. So the idea was to get data from different sensors and try to forecast how the situation of traffic will actually look in near-time horizons. And of course, this information then fed into different tools that were developed by other partners to support different mobility services. We also did quite a bit of work on social mining. So we tried to use Twitter, or tweets rather, to try to do some sentiment heat maps around the area of investigation. In the case of this project was the West Midlands area, but we extended that to the whole England. And the idea here is to use tweets and information from from the public in the context of social intelligence to find out any situations of interest. So things like incidents on the road network, etc. So that was another part of the work that we did for this project. And we also developed some simulation models to allow a hybrid way of doing these sort of predictions for traffic using data-driven models, but also simulation models. So for example, if there's an incident, we try to sort of simulate the incident on the fly using a simulation model to try to predict how the network would actually look like, again, in, let's say, 1 hour time horizon. So that was the Optimum project. So the next one was the Mobility as a Service for EU project, MAS for EU project. This particular project was looking at the implementation of mobility as a service and was trying to look at different aspects of mobility as a service. Again, for those of you that you're not aware of mobility as a service, is this not of new mobility sort of paradigm which allows users, members of the public to sort of buy, let's say, monthly mobility packages and cover all their mobility needs with this one of, let's say, monthly payment. And with that payment, they can have access to different services like public transport, car sharing, and other sort of services. So the work that we did in this project was to develop a journey planner that would actually integrate all these different services together. So we had different pilot demonstrations again, one in Budapest, one in Luxembourg, and one in Manchester. And in these different locations, we have different configurations of mobility as a service packages. In Budapest, I think it was the more advanced one. We had 6 or 7 different mobility services, including public transport, taxi services, bike sharing, car sharing, carpooling, etc. So the idea of this sort of solution is to be able to provide journeys for the travelers from A to B by integrating all these different mobility services. Again, we sort of developed a sort of a heuristic-based approach to try to sort of, if you like, emulate the way maybe like a human could actually plan for a particular trip. And we implemented this in a sort of microservices architecture to allow the generation of the routes in a very short period of time, because of course, if you're using a mobile application and you'd like to plan for a journey, you need to get some responses in a few seconds. The next project was the Harmony project. This project actually finished just a couple of months ago, and the idea of this project was to develop an integrated modeling suite to allow the designing of different strategies at different levels of analysis. So here on the left-hand side, we have the different layers of this sort of platform that was developed by the project. We had a number of models at the strategic level. So these are long-term, let's say, models that can incorporate things like synthetic population, land use, etc., and changes on that. Then we had another level, which was a tactical level. So this sort of models day-to-day operations for different freight and passenger services. And then we had the operational level, which is more micro scale analysis of, looking at different road areas of the road network, individual junctions, etc. So, for example, the idea here is that if a change was happening at the strategic level, let's say there was a different, let's say, urban development somewhere in the city, how this can actually be propagated down to the micro, to the operational level, and see the impact that maybe this change would have on traffic at different areas of the network, and so on and so forth. So our work on this project was mainly down on the operational level, and we focused on developing different tools for simulating freight operations. So the idea is to get the freight demand from the tactical level, and say this is how many parcels would have to be transferred from one zone to another zone. And our models, or our work, was actually to develop different models that will actually generate, let's say, multi-trip vehicle and routes for each these individual vehicles. And of course, then those vehicles, those trips will actually simulate it into the network. So did quite a lot of GIS work, quite a lot of modeling work to be able to sort of scale down a network from the tactical level, which was, this particular example is for the area in Rotterdam. So the tactical simulator was looking at the whole entire area of Rotterdam. On the operational level, we are just concerning of the central business district. So how to do some GIS work, some data management, some data sort of conversion and harmonization. There was quite a lot of integration work, so we integrate our components with the rest of the platform. The platform itself was composed of about 25 different models that have to work together. And one of the use cases we implemented for this was related to evaluating how micro hubs and locating micro hubs in a city can actually improve the overall logistics operations, but also reduce the number of emissions within the city. So the idea was, instead of using vans to deliver parcels from urban consolidation centers to different locations within a very sort of centralized area of the city, the idea was to situate, let's say, micro hubs that would receive the parcels from vans, but then the last mile delivery would take place using cargo bikes and more sustainable modes of transport. And the idea here was really to optimize the location of these sort of hubs. Where is the best place to actually put those hubs in the city, and also look at the different fleet compositions necessary to facilitate the deliveries, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of modeling work in this project for us. The next project, this is a project that we are now in the last year of this project, and this project deals with the development of different solutions for network management, network and traffic management. So the idea is to have some systems that can actually design different response plans if something happens on the network. So let's say there is an incident somewhere on the network that creates a closure of a particular road. How can we sort of provide recommendations and response plans to the operators to be able to recover from such an incident? And of course, we use again simulation models to assess the situation, and quite a lot of AI and demand management models. Of course, a lot of interfacing and integration work internally to the components that we develop as part of the platform, and also integration work with external systems that provide data into the platform. Our work here was mainly concerned with the development of the response plan generation component, and this component effectively develops a list of actions that need to take place if something happens on the network. And again, we use quite a lot of machine learning tools and also simulation frameworks to be able to assess the impact of each of those actions and come up with a configuration of a response plan that can have, let's say, the best outcome when it comes to the network level. And just concluding my presentation, I'm going to give you some information about a couple of projects that just started the last few months. The first one is related to the safety of vulnerable road users. And on this particular project, we are developing a sensory kit that can actually be installed in bikes. And hopefully other type of micro vehicles like scooters potentially. And the idea is to be able to collect data that it wasn't possible to be collected before, related to near misses, for example, dangerous behavior of handling a bike, and so on and so forth. And the last project, again, it's a very recent project, is a project that looks in last mile logistics. And again, our work here is mainly to develop a number of machine learning models for forecasting demand for freight, and then that can be used to optimize different freight operations. And that's it. Just a very quick overview of a number of projects and different aspects of our research work. And feel free to get in touch with me if you would like to discuss any of these projects or any of these sort of expertise that we have in more details.
Thank you, Professor Panos Georgakis. That's another important aspect of sustainability-related activities to smart cities, logistics, integrating AI and data analytics. That's what technologies can bring in, and thank you for sharing this project experiences with us. We are now turning on to the last presentation from British University's side. We have Professor Zoe Robinson with us. She leads Institute for Sustainable Futures at Kiel University, and topic is whole institution and interdisciplinary approaches to the energy and sustainability transition. Yes, your slides are on the floor and screen is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And they do say never start with an apology, but I am, because I am in the middle of COVID, and my brain is probably working at 50% capacity, but I'm very pleased that I'm still able to join you online. So yes, I am a professor of sustainability in higher education at Kiel University. So actually I've really dedicated the past 18 years of my life to really thinking about the role of the university in catalysing a sustainable future. And that's across the research, the education, the campus and outreach, the partnerships, and how all of those things integrate. And so I'll be giving you quite a high-level overview of some of the work that we're doing at Kiel University around sustainability, but with a particular sort of focus on some of the really quite, what we think are really quite exciting sort of energy-related projects, but also showing how they connect to lots of different disciplines as well. I've got a little map in the right there to show you the location of Kiel University. So we are semi-rural, so very different to Manchester. You know, we're not in a big city. That brings with it lots of other sustainability challenges, particularly around things like transport. But it also gives us some great advantages, including we've got a lot of land, as you'll see, hopefully, in these slides. But I just want to say a little bit about the background of the university. So it was the first UK post-World War university. It was set up to really meet the demands of a new kind of society, economy and world, and set up as an educational experiment, really trying to create graduates who could cross between the natural sciences and the social sciences and humanities, with a view to actually we need that interdisciplinary thinking for a more integrated and peaceful world. And it's a vision that I feel very proud of to this day. So yes, we have 600 acres of grounds. So we're the largest single site campus university in the UK. We have lots of greenery, lots of woods, lots of lakelands. So, you know, fantastic to be a genuine living lab to explore sustainable solutions using our campus. I'm also really proud of the fact that back in 2021, we were awarded International Sustainability Institution of the Year through the Green Gown Awards. And this was for our whole university approach to sustainability across our campus, our research, our education. So we're very proud of that. And we are now very proud of the fact that we generate up to 50% of our campus electricity from renewable sources on our own site. And that's a particular challenge when our greatest generation from our solar panels is when our lowest demand is in the summer, when the students aren't there in such high numbers. So our work as a university around sustainability really probably started to accelerate in 2008, where we committed as a university to follow a deep green path in all that we did. And then you can see here, I won't go through all of these, some sort of key milestones where we were driving different elements of the university's sustainability activities. And now 2022 with significant sort of campus-based renewable generation. So one of my roles is as director of our Institute for Sustainable Futures, and this exists to bring together academics from different disciplines with non-academic actors in order to drive real change on real sustainability challenges. And we want to achieve that, and we try to achieve that by creating a really vibrant and collaborative community of sustainability researchers, educators, and practitioners, and realizing the importance of those people who view themselves as researchers and educators and practitioners, and all working together. So the Institute for Sustainable Futures is one of 4 thematic institutes at Keele University, alongside Social Inclusion, Global Health and Wellbeing, and Digital Society Institute. But obviously all of these things are deeply intersecting, and so my own institutes that I direct, we work very closely on issues of social inclusion around health and also digital solutions and the role of digital and in sustainability. So the Institute for Sustainable Futures covers research and innovation, education and training, influence and impact, as well as sort of practice or action and engagement. And again, it's because we really believe in the power of showing how these things interact and being able to leverage more benefit from anything that we do by looking at the potential for benefits across all of those areas of a university's active domains. So the Institute for Sustainable Futures, we focus on 6 key challenges. And these are providing clean energy and reducing carbon emissions, providing food security, creating responsible, sustainable communities and governance, creating healthy societies, communicating sustainability, and protecting air, land, water, and ecosystems. But again, you know, very much our lens is all of these things are deeply intersecting, and they're really just a way of sort of focusing minds on some key societal challenges. So I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail around some of the work we're doing around the energy space. So Keele is home to a European first, which is our Smart Energy Network demonstrator, which has really transformed the whole campus into a living laboratory to explore the role of smart energy systems at scale and integrating into our own low carbon energy generation technologies as well. So, you know, critically, this isn't a lab-based project, it's not just a modelling project, this is actually at scale. This smart energy network system is actually what's driving the management of energy across our whole university, and integrates into our building management systems, but also integrates into electric vehicle charging, etc., etc. And I'll say a little bit more about these as we go through. So the Smart Energy Network Demonstrator project wasn't just about improving the sustainability of our campus and significantly reducing our carbon savings. So we're looking at about 12,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent having been saved already as a result of this project. But it's also been about supporting local businesses. So we have supported 273 small to medium enterprises who are looking to really sort of accelerate their work within this space. We've created 155 jobs in the local area with a forecast for many more. Lots of development hours working with Siemens have gone into the development of this system, which is now being rolled out in other organisations and other universities. We've seen in 12 months, I think it was around 1,200 visitors from 18 different countries to come and actually see this infrastructure. And then underpinning all of that is actually core research. A lot of that research has been within sort of modelling of energy systems, and we've worked with a whole range of research associates from PhDs through to master's students carrying out knowledge exchange projects as well. So our Smart Energy Network Demonstrator integrates into our low carbon energy generation park. So on campus, we have 12,500 solar panels, 1 industrial sized battery and 2 wind turbines. They were the only 2 wind turbines built in England in the last year. And what this means is, you know, we have a fantastic laboratory on site for our students to visit, to understand about sort of the efficient management of these systems, but also now we're really starting to work with researchers across a whole range of different disciplines. And we have, as part of the tours we run, the visitors that we have, you know, a lot of people taking inspiration from actually seeing this in practice. And actually this system can be absolutely scaled up or down. So yes, we're a small town, population of about 12,000 within our campus, but it can be scaled up and down. Now, one of the great things about this system is the ability to effectively sort of bolt on new innovations to explore. And one of the things that we're currently sort of exploring and is in development is around hydrogen and the development of green hydrogen on our campus. The reason for this is that back in 2018, I think it was, we were the first place in the UK to blend hydrogen up to 20% by volume into a live gas grid as part of a national trial. We could do that because we have our own private wire, private gas supply, and so that made us a safe bet to do the first UK trial, which then moved onto a public site in another part of England. But as a result of that, we retained the electrolyser on campus, and now we're integrating that electrolyser into our Smart Energy Network Demonstrator so that when we have surplus production from our solar and wind, we can create genuine green hydrogen on our campus, and we will use that offtake in hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to help us reduce our scope 3 emissions associated with, for example, students in our vet school or medical school travelling on placements. So an example of some of the really exciting sort of developments that we're building around that core energy infrastructure. And that green hydrogen project is funded through a big hydrogen project that we're leading within the English Midlands called HYDEX, which is really aiming to catalyse the hydrogen economy across the English Midlands region. Now, one of the other things I think is actually really exciting about what facilities we have on campus is the ability to bring in experts from different areas. So, for example, in our low carbon energy generation park, we're also starting to really explore best management practices for those parks for biodiversity. So looking at what are the potential co-benefits if we have solar farms, well, can we manage them to maximise biodiversity? What does that look like? What does that look like 25 years of no soil disturbance in terms of carbon storage within our soils? So we're at the start of a 25-year longitudinal monitoring programme of the biodiversity of our solar farm, and that's both above ground and below ground. So we're looking at vegetation, badgers, bats, birds, amphibians, small mammals, pollinators, as well as many indicators of soil health, and starting to also sort of look at how can we monitor in different ways. What's the role of digital technologies within this sort of monitoring work as well? And likewise, we're working with psychologists on things such as how can we change messaging of in-home displays, because within our whole living laboratory we have 200 domestic properties on the campus as well, so we can explore individual household responses as well as smart energy within a commercial setting. But again, this is really around sort of interdisciplinary approaches to sustainability. And we also have a lot of strengths around the social sciences and innovative approaches of engaging communities with the energy transition. And I've actually done this work. I've been working for about 4 years with industry to support them to work with or to hear the voices of community members in order to refine technical designs based on voices within communities. So taking the ideas of classic user-centric design, where we think about individuals and how we shape something around sort of individual sort of preferences, to this idea of what we call community-centric design. How do we change processes of communication, of development, of new solutions based on sort of community desires and community differences. And so one of the things we're really interested about at Kiel is something we could term place-based decarbonisation. So this idea that actually net zero solutions are different, need to be different for different places. We're semi-rural, not a city, that requires different solutions. But actually, communities are different as well. And the way that we can work with and communicate with communities also needs to differ based on specifics of particular communities. So, for example, one of the communities we worked with has a strong coal mining heritage, and so they felt threatened by some of the narratives around net zero. But we've worked with them to sort of understand change as part of their own changing energy heritage. And I'll just finish with a few words around education and training. For us at Kiel, we want all of our students to graduate with a sustainability lens, able to view the world through this lens, make decisions through this lens. And so we ensure that sustainability is embedded in all of our programs, no matter what discipline. Sustainability competencies are built into our graduate attributes. We're doing a lot of work nowadays around continuing professional development for people in work around net zero and smart energy and place-based decarbonisation. We do everything we can to support students and empower students and help them have the agency to drive change. In the bottom right, there's a picture of our Sustainable Student Bungalow, which was a student-led project 14 years ago, where 4 students live on campus every year as exemplars of sustainable student living and help students learn about sustainable living. And through all of these initiatives, we try and ensure we're creating placements and projects for our students to gain real world experience with people in the real world as a real win-win there. So that's a whistle-stop tour of some of the things that we're doing around sustainability at Keele. Just to say thank you very much for listening at the end of the session here, and please do get in touch if you have any interest in following up discussions in any of these areas. Thank you very much.
So thank you indeed. Fascinating presentation, and I think with this we end up a series of UK universities' stories in the field of sustainability. Those who have seen the picture from the beginning to this end of session may say that such vast portfolio and different type of activities within these 6 universities which have been able to present themselves here. And I know we are a few minutes behind. I would just jeopardize my reputation as moderator and ask, maybe we can have a couple of quick questions to universities present. I see that some of the remote speakers are still with us. Any clarifying questions on your mind from the audience? I will just say that we will be collecting all presentations. In fact, we have collected them already. So, and we will send across to all participants. That will just allow for you to see the contacts, communicate directly, or we will be helping that from our side. And I will just not refrain to add on CCG, Cormack Consultancy side, hearing these presentations. We are also proud to be a carbon neutral organization for a number of years already, and that's a huge trend in UK, self-responsibility institutionally, personally speaking, and I believe countries in this region will be catching up in many respects as well. All right, now we have a different angle to see best practices from sustainability education, this time related to training. And we have with us James Pallister, who is head of sales at Metaverse. James is with us. Your slides are also on the screen coming up. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm here to speak about how you can use simulation and extended reality XR in order to help build the green skills that are necessary for the now and the then, so for tomorrow basically. So I'm from a company called Metaverse Learning. Our mission of Metaverse Learning is to simulate real-world environments so that learners can acquire the skills that they need to thrive and succeed in the real world. And we do that by co-creating immersive solutions with industry to help solve these current and future challenges, especially in regards to renewables, sustainability, and green technologies. We are experts in the field of mixed reality and education, those kind of mixed realities being virtual environment, it's the simulations on a computer screen, virtual reality, so simulations which are on virtual reality headsets, augmented reality, using technology to get the most out of the real world. So a lot of people know augmented reality through Pokemon Go, if anyone's ever played that. And even immersive rooms, if anyone's seen any of those fancy immersive rooms by the likes of BT or Igloo or lots of other companies that do that. We provide an interactive toolkit to aid person and tutor assessment, increase engagement levels, help reduce training costs, and help deliver training in a safe and risk-free way to practice. We see ourselves as the reinvention of the classroom, and we've got a mantra in our company: for the sector, by the sector, because the sector help us build our content which is directly relevant for the sector. So first of all, what we do is we look at the problem, and the problem at the moment for educational institutions to help build skills, especially the green skills that students need to be relevant in the modern world. And we see some of the challenges being poor learning experiences, sometimes poor engagement and completion rates of courses. There could be a high cost of delivery and limited resources, and a real struggle to get students access to real world scenarios and real work experience. And what we provide is a solution to those problems. So we provide a transformative solution to training and assessment of real life skills, something which will really help boost engagement and completion rates of courses like renewable technologies and things like that by up to 80%, providing resources which a significant reduction in teaching and consumable costs, but also resources which don't require a lot of travel in order to use as well. Again, helping sustainability and fostering a safe virtual workplace to practice dangerous scenarios such as climbing up, tall buildings and things like that. There's no risk of falling off in our scenarios. So in terms of why use extended reality, got a PwC study here: 4 times faster using virtual over classroom, 1.5 times improved learner attention using virtual over classroom, 80% more confidence from students using virtual over classroom, and 91% of learners prefer virtual over classroom and e-learning. So some staggering facts here. And this is more general. We'd love to do more research with institutions, universities, on what are these figures, especially for building the skills that students need to be working with renewable technologies such as heat pumps, solar thermal, solar PV, installing EVCP, etc., etc. And our partner list grows day by day. New partners come on board daily. Most of our partners are UK further educational institutions, so those that handle education 16+. But we've also got universities coming on board from the UK, independent training providers that provide courses on things like how to retrofit a house, how to utilize and train people on renewable technologies, but also internationally, we're also seeing a lot of interest coming from abroad and a lot of our technologies, most notably in New Zealand at the moment. And these are some of our technologies and some of our products. And as you can see, a vast variety in areas like health and social care, construction, but the ones that I'm going to be demonstrating and showing today are things like electric vehicle charging point installation, something that we're going to need a lot more of in the future with the more and more electric cars coming onto the streets. Electric vehicles, one of the ones that is coming out very soon, electric vehicle maintenance, very exciting projects that. And the renewable suite, our best sellers: heat pumps, solar thermal, solar PV, and retrofit, how to retrofit a house. So let me show you some of the material, but just in the meantime, if anyone's got a phone on them, just if you want to take a snapshot of one of these QR codes, you'll be able to see some of the amazing stuff we can do with augmented reality. And we build an augmented reality into our material because it's a great learning tool. It gets students very interested. It's great to have that kind of 3D model in front of you to show you exactly what that resource is all about. And I've got The Stonehenge one's pretty cool. I'm actually very, very close to Stonehenge myself, living in Salisbury, England. So let's take a look at something like solar PV. So solar PV, we've got lots of e-learning modules, complete with a couple of virtual scenarios as well, one on system design and one on system maintenance. And we've worked with lots of industry partners who are very knowledgeable about this kind of thing to help build the programs. So to start off with, when I launched the programs, and this is just a video for expediency's sake, in the real version, you'll be able to navigate around freely, but it's the same controls that the students would use for computer games. So they find them highly engaging. And in the VR version, instead of moving around with your mouse, you'd use it, move around with a virtual reality headset and the controllers as well. And it's teleportation, so the students don't get travel sick. I sometimes play a lot of VR games, and things like Farpoint really make me travel sick, whereas when I'm teleporting around in VR, it alleviates that travel sickness some people experience. And as I go into the house, I need to chat through the customer's requirements. So not only does our material build out some of the technical skills, but it also assists with soft skills development as well, which students are going to be needing if they're doing things like consulting with customers about what kind of solar panels they'd like on their roofs. And students pick the answers. Any way they answer, goes straight back to the institution that set the questions. So again, you can monitor exactly how the students have been doing with these different scenarios. As I continue on, I'll be going onto the roof. Now, as you know, getting onto a roof, there's lots and lots of risks. You could fall off. You can electrocute yourself with building some of the solar panels in here. In our material, it's a safe environment for students to practice their skills without any risk of injury to themselves or anyone around them. And what we also build into a lot of our material is functional skills math. So we believe the best way to teach things like math is to have it integrated into what the students be doing into their workplace, which makes them far more interested in doing some of the math calculations. So I'll be working out the roof area. Next of all, I'll be checking the shadow coverage. And I'll also be doing trigonometry down the line to work out the pitch. But using our material gives students a lot more confidence to be able to be doing this before they get out into the real world. So when they're hopefully on site for the first time, they'll know exactly what to do because they've done a lot of this in the virtual world beforehand. So it's, they can be flying as soon as they get onto placement or starting the job for the first time. And at the end of the scenario, we're given a score breakdown, and teachers can utilize this for a variety of different methods. You can utilize this for flipped classroom, giving this to the students for homework, seeing how they get on with the material sent over. Because, oh dear, you guys didn't do very well on the inverters. Let's do a whole lesson on the inverters next. Works really well for whole class teaching as well. Having someone at the front doing this, fostering discussion questions, really nice doing that. What you can also use it for is if you've got a big computer room, all the students doing it in pairs or duos, or whatever essentially, and who could be the first to complete the scenarios. Perfect for pre-course or post-course work as well, and also assessment. Perfect for formative assessment. I've got a lot more to say about how this can be used in summative assessment in a few slides' time. So let's go to the next one. Here we go, heat pumps. And so again, we've got two scenarios: system installation, system commission, and handover. Let's go for the system installation. With this one as well, tasks are always down the bottom, so the students know what they need to do. It really trains them. And again here, first of all, they need to be reading through the handover documents. For inspecting the central heating programmer, so need to go into the hallway now. And again, we'll be asking students questions all the way throughout to make sure they know what they need to know or to train them. And it gives you feedback as you're going along. So students can use this as a learning, self-study learning tool. Now to go in and inspect the ground source heat pump. Is this item installed correctly? Students will need to check all the different pictures to make sure it is. And so obviously with a lot of this technology, there's a big fear that if something goes wrong, there could be legal consequences, or the students could find themselves in real hot water. With our scenarios, if a student does something wrong, it just flashes up as wrong. There's no permanent damage to the student or the house if they do something wrong, which would cause a horrendous incident. We've also got solar thermal, doing things like fault finding and specifying a system. And again, here we need to go check the solar controller. So we need to go upstairs to do this. It's the airing cupboard. Some of the scenarios will also take you all the way up into the loft. I should also say that doing this via Zoom loses some of the graphics. You know, if you want login details, I can send you login details. You can see that this is really top-notch graphics. Fixing the dual aquastat and walking through every different step that students would need to take. We've also got things like electric vehicle charging point installation. In scenario 1, you'll have a gent called Big John, who will simply walk you through all the different steps of installing the electric vehicle charging points. And this really helps. John will be giving a good indication of how, as a trainer, you can train other people. So those students that are training on this will one day be able to train even more students. So going through the existing supply, the bonding, the charging point location, is it too close to the water? Is it too close to something like a lawnmower? What particular charging points would we need for this particular job? But this one doesn't ask questions. This is more about just demonstrating how to do this particular job. And then in scenario 2, the domestic installation, it's more of a testing environment where we'll be putting our knowledge that we've learned with Big John to the test and seeing exactly how we would do with the charging point installation here by installing it ourselves. Again, lots of interaction with the customer here, developing soft skills that students need. And then finally, we've got something like a commercial installation, and you know, fantastic background here. We're going, instead of doing it in a domestic property, we're doing it in a commercial property as well. And we'll be going through all the steps we've done in the domestic property, but just like identifying how it's a bit different to do it in a commercial property. And again, domestic installation, commercial installation are skills that more and more students are going to need, because we're going to need more and more electric vehicle charging points. And I'm going to show you a real life scenario now. So this is our retrofit scenario. And hopefully you can hear the sound. We provide immersive sound as well, so that you can hear the comings and goings, to make you feel fully immersive in the scenario. And as you can see, I can navigate freely around the scenario. I'm going to first of all knock on the door. This is a retrofit one, so we're going to be helping retrofit a house, and we need to do a bit of assessment. Before we need to do that, we need to go have a chat with the customer. So again, building soft skills. Hi, I'm Jackson. What should the students be saying when they first come into a house? Actually, a few things. You should have already been and I should also say we're building in lip sync AI technology, which is really exciting into these scenarios, to build in the soft skills development even more. Thank you very much. I had a quick check. Anyway, I know we're running short of time, so I'm not going to carry that on too much longer. So let me get back to the presentation. Yeah, throughout that scenario, we would fully assess the property in all the different aspects. So walking around that, finding all the different aspects that we would need to retrofit. And we're really committed to pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And so we're working with assessment organisations to even help build this into summative assessment in the future. And we're also developing things like supervisor mode, so you can see how students are doing remotely and help them if they've got a particular issue, if they are doing this remotely, as well as interactive replay, so you can see exactly what the student's done and what position they've been in when they answered questions, etc., which is critical if this ever wants to go to summative assessment as well. And like I said, vast variety of ways to utilise our programmes to help develop those green skills. Staffing support, a lot of people in the industry can sometimes get more money if they work in industry rather than educating people, can really help if there's you need a bit more material for the students and don't have enough staff to cover, helping students catch up if they've been off, building and helping build those functional skills they're going to need to be successful at things like installing solar panels with a math, creating confidence, independent study, perfect for independent study, revision. The best way for students to learn how to install solar panels is to do it, but the next best way is simulation, I always believe. So great for revising for a test the next day. Groups, group work, assessment, like we already said, and flipped classroom, blended learning. And so hopefully I've given you a bit of an insight into how extended reality can really help build those green skills, but we're forever trying to push more and more scenarios for green skills to really help everyone develop those green skills that are needed. So here we go. Thank you very much. And I should have my business card there if anyone wants to take a snapshot of it, get them details on their phone or ask me any questions at all. I'd be very, very happy to help.
Thank you, James. Smart way to deal with the reskilling, upskilling, developing different skills, also in a sustainable way. I know that James will be available for a speed dating online session at the end of the event, so those who will be willing to engage, there will be slots for you colleagues. So now we thought just one way movement is good, but sometimes it's good also to see what's happening on the Lithuanian side with the developments, with the ideas of dealing with sustainability at university level, also from a systemic point of view. And we are happy to have with us a team from Vilnius Tech, and I would like to invite Raimondas Grubliauskas, who is leading Vilnius Tech Sustainability Hub, to present their ambitions and already things turning into reality.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, my presentation is here. I can see everything is correct, yeah? Okay, good. I'm Raimondas Grubliauskas, and I'm from Vilnius Gediminas Technical University from the Sustainability Hub. As you can see, no, you can't see on these slides, our hub is really young. Our hub is established in April on 2023. The reason why we won the project, we won the funding to improve the quality of the studies. Yes, I can see my slides. Something wrong, technical issues, sorry. has some technical issues. Yeah, that's great. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, about the Sustainability Hub. Lithuanian higher education system is undergoing a transformation, the main direction of which is increasing international competitiveness, the need to develop a new generation of Europeans who are creative and able to cooperate on the cross-border and cross-disciplinary scale. That was one of the reasons why we need to focus on the sustainability, and this is why the Sustainability Hub was established. As I said, it was established in this April. Good. We have a couple of tasks. What we need to do, we need to promote sustainability culture, we need to develop sustainability competences, and not only in our community, but also in the society. Good. As I said before, we received or we got the good impulse to start and to establish this Sustainability Hub with this project that calls establishment of the Integrated Sustainability Technology Laboratory at Vilnius Tech. And the duration of this project is 15 months. And right now, only 5 months left. That's why we have a lot of things to do. And today I heard a lot of good ideas from the colleagues from UK, and we will include a lot of them. But also, you can see, and I will present a couple of them, we are repeating these discussions and this, what we heard today, and we are repeating in this project also. That's why it will be, I don't know, for you also to hear this. Okay, the project aims to increase the international competitiveness of the studies in the field of sustainability technology, etc., etc. Here you can see that we have a lot of, we have two parts. We have hardware and we have the software, the study things, and here we have some zones, areas, spaces for the makers, for creators, where they can work in the field of sustainability. Okay, here you can see some pictures, interesting zones at our university, at the Faculty of Environmental Engineering. You can see that we are creating some open integrated learning areas, also some eco-design areas, data modeling area, and sustainable consumption experimental demonstration area. Okay, this sustainable consumption experimental area, usage zone, as we are called, it will be equipped with some interesting devices that calls food waste processing equipment, fermentation tank, bioreactors, etc., etc. Also, we are planning to grow some vegetables, salads, and greens that will be used in our, not only in study process, but also in the research and development areas. Here you can see we are creating two zones. One is related with the data analysis and modeling, and another one will be dedicated to the eco-design. You can see that big data analysis and modeling zone will be equipped with some analyzers to investigate the environmental parameters like pollutants. Also, we will try to buy this drone, and also we will simulate, we will purchase some simulation devices, equipment, not equipments, but softwares to model the air pollution, etc. Also, in the eco-design zone, you can see that the equipment will be, we are planning to work with some stream of waste, plastic waste, and that will be equipped with the plastic shredders, filament production equipment, 3D printers, CNC machines, etc. That will be really interesting, and the result we are expecting, yeah, that will be really interesting. Also, some students, international students, will be involved in this. Our university is a member of a huge alliance of international universities, and also one of the targets of this alliance is also to increase the green transition and also to spread this sustainability virus. Now I will jump to the educational part, the soft part. We are trying to create 2 different study programs, one for the bachelor, one for the master students. Also, we are planning to implement some courses. Here you can see some interdisciplinary courses and micro-credentials. For the bachelor degree study program, this program is designed to provide students with a strong theoretical foundation and practical experience through the hands-on projects, internships, and research opportunities. And students will be able to work in these spaces, in these maker and work areas, and to gain some knowledge into the sustainability world. Yeah, and also about the master study program, the name will be the Sustainability Management. You can see that the students concentrate on mastering management skills, focusing on the economical solutions, relation with the climate change, sustainability resources, etc., etc. These study programs will start, I think, in September. We are really optimistic, and I hope everything will be okay. Yes, about the micro-credentials courses with the creation of the content and educational materials on topics related on the sustainable organization, data management, forecasting, carbon footprint calculations, etc. Here you can see some topics about the sustainable development goals in business, sustainable supply chains, 3D modeling, life cycle thinking, green energy, etc., etc. Also, 1 month before, we already received about 25-30 students, and also we made this successfully finished the sustainable summer school. That was our kickoff meeting of our sustainability hub. Also, some interdisciplinary courses we are trying to create and give for our students. And in general, this lab that calls Living Lab, you can see that is open research and learning ecosystems, a system where academical community, partners, and stakeholders cooperate in the learning and R&D activities. And our hub will welcomes students and teachers from other schools, universities, business representatives, and anybody willing to collaborate on sustainability research. Here I will show you one really good example. We have one good example of this collaboration, and we received a sponsorship from fintech company Mambu to establish the Mambu sustainability zones at Vilnius Technical University. It will be some additional fund money to gain this sustainability topic into the higher level. Okay, and my final presentation will be related to the invitation and also about the possibilities, how we can collaborate. And here you can see that it could be like educational partners, individuals, universities who are willing to join the study to create this joint study models, BIP programs, and micro-credentials. Also, it could be some business partners to create the spaces and infrastructure Maybe it could be some public partners to design challenges for the students, and also it could be some practitioners to join educational training and R&D initiatives. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your time. That was my short presentation. Thank you for the attention. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. So my name is Adas Meškenas. I'm Vice Director for Strategic Partnerships. Thanks, Raimondas, for the presentation. So we're starting with this, baby steps, establishing a sustainability hub at the university. For sure, we're not new in the field of sustainability at the university. We have Faculty of Environmental Engineering. We have different subjects related to the sustainability in different faculties. Basically, we are a University of Engineering. Additionally, we have management for sure and creative industries. So basically, all faculties, most of the researchers at the faculties are involved in the sustainability or green tech areas. But this is our approach and first steps trying to establish a center which will deal with the education of the students, of the future leaders in sustainability. We want one hub, we want one center to be, the speaker of the university to the society, to the business, to our international partners. So this is how we imagine we can do this, and we're looking for the partners from UK as well, and we're looking for the business partners to join us, and we hope our colleagues, which is probably the biggest challenge, internal colleagues, will also join us in the area of research and development. Yeah. So basically, thank you for listening to us.
Thanks, Ade. Thank you, Raimondai, for presenting your case, your plans and ambitions. So we have entered the stage, and deservedly we entered the stage of the coffee break. Before jumping into it for 30 minutes, I will just say that hearing the presentations both from universities as well as Metaverse, colleagues from LMT will pass around a table for the speed dating to mark which UK universities Lithuanian participants who are face-to-face would like to meet. And based on that, we will set up at the end of the event speed dating session as promised, as part of our program. So we break for 25 minutes. Those who are online stay with us in half an hour, and we'll have a session on funding, as well as presentation of one of the world-leading universities from Arizona about their experiences. We are happy to move on to a final phase of our event, and we would like to focus now on funding opportunities both for Lithuanian, I would add also Ukrainian as well as UK universities. We are keen to hear presentations from Lithuanian NCPs, as well as we have with us British climate NCP. So we'll start with Jolita, who stands next to me and fully ready to share her presentation, and then we will have additional 2 speakers on this particular Horizon Europe related funding opportunities.
Good day, everyone. I'm not only pleased but also honored to participate in this event. And today I will present you Horizon Europe. I will say some facts about how we are working and introduce our team. So my name is Jolita, as Gintaras mentioned, and let's start. So Horizon Europe, the most ambitious research and innovation program in the world, and it's replaced European Union framework program Horizon 2020, and it starts on 2021 and will end on 2027. So Horizon Europe is structured around the 3 main pillars. First pillar is excellent science, where is the European Research Council, Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action, and research infrastructure. Second pillar is global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, which consists of 6 clusters. And the third pillar is Innovative Europe, which consists of European Innovation Council, European Innovation Ecosystems, and European Institutes of Innovation and Technology. So who is taking care of this all the teams? So this is our team, and you can see here the slide how many people working on each topic. And now I would like to introduce you our NCP team, which consists of 19 young and promising professionals in their field. And as a team, we foster values that reflect the quality of the services we provide. So it's teamwork, sharing of information and knowledge, building competences, and international collaboration. So what we do? The core of our function is advise, consult, assist, inform, and organize. Of course, our all work is free of charge. So we organize a lot of events like this, information events, workshops, and trainings We advise about everything what is related to Horizon Europe program, and of course consult our clients, which are and SMEs and big companies and organization and government organization and universities and all who is would like to participate in Horizon Europe program. So this slide you already saw, but I would like to highlight that I am the NCP for Climate, Energy, Mobility. It's in Pillar 2. And a little bit about this cluster. Cluster 5 have 6 destinations. As you can see, it's a climate science, cross-cutting solution, energy supply and demand, clean and competitive solution for all transport modes, and the 6th one is transport and smart mobility services. So now about some key figures about Lithuania, how we are participating in the Horizon Europe program. So we have at this moment 1,223 eligible applications. 248 signed already projects, so where we received more than 20 million euros. And we have a really good success rate. It's more than 20%. At this moment, Lithuania have 18 project coordinators. And the first Pathfinder grant, which we received this year. Now about the same key figures, but it's on Cluster 5. On Cluster 5, you can see that the biggest contribution received the private companies. That was interesting, actually, but the second is higher and secondary education. And the third one is research on organizations. And the most active is, of course, biggest Lithuanian cities. It's Vilnius and Kaunas. And now this slide is really interesting for me because this is how we work together with UK. At this moment, we have just 38 projects where we are collaborating together. So I think we can do better, and I hope after this meeting we will have more initiatives and collaborations with UK. This is the same amount, but this is, I would like to compare how many submitted applications of Cluster 5 and all other Horizon Europe application was made. So we are just in 18%, so I think we can do better in Cluster 5. And I would like to highlight that 2 months ago we launched the new website in Lithuania for our customers and who is interested in Horizon Europe program. So this is europashorizontas.lt. This is for Lithuania, of course. So here you can find everything about Horizon Europe, all calls, all the information related to Horizon Europe. So I would like to just say that please check and come to Horizon Europe, and let's communicate and collaborate for a better future. Thank you all.
Well done, Jolita. Concise, concrete, and then we jump on to other colleague of Jolita, Laura Pekiene. Laura is in remote with us. Her presentation will appear on the screens with her speaking as well in a minute.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. So I think my slides will appear soon, and thank you very much. And today I will present you shortly about Lithuanian participation in European Union's missions, climate change and oceans. And I myself am an NCP for Mission Ocean. I used to be an NCP for climate change mission, but I just am very happy that I got a new colleague who is taking over the climate mission and can collaborate and work more deeply with this mission, both in Lithuania and with international EU partnerships. So next slide, please. As you can see, the participation of Lithuanian stakeholders in Horizon missions are quite good and successful. The climate change and ocean missions are among most 3 successful missions and most participated in, and they all constitute almost 80% of the participation of both overall participation in missions. Next slide, please. And so far, we've already got almost 8 million euros of funding for all missions, and the participation of Lithuanian stakeholders is really rapidly growing. And we're also very proud that the success rate of the stakeholders of the projects that Lithuanian stakeholders are partnering in and taking part in are one of the most successful, and almost 50% of the proposal passed the threshold. So it means that we are really have qualified and well experienced stakeholders in all fields. Next slide, please. And as you can see, the climate change mission mostly attracts higher education institutions and municipalities. And both of these sectors comprise almost 90% of all climate change mission participation in the year up until 2023. Next slide, please. While Mission Ocean is a little bit different situation, and here the most active are the higher education institutions together with the NGOs. And actually the citizen engagement, which is highly talked about on European Commission level, we have a lot of engagement actions that are already listed among the Mission Ocean actions and are being keen on all around Baltic region. Next slide, please. And talking about the leaders in Lithuania and sustainability and blue economy on a mission perspective, I already told that the municipalities are one of the most active. And as you can see, 8 municipalities, including the capital Vilnius and the port city of Klaipėda, have signed the mission charter, the climate mission charter. That means that they're keen on working on sustainability and blue economy in years to come. Next slide, please. And talking about the higher education institutions and the enterprise sector, we have almost all major universities involved in sustainability and blue economy. We have Klaipėda University has a Marine Research Institute that has been working on climate change actions and a lot of hydrogen, electric tugboats and vessel creating facilities. We have the port of Klaipėda, which is working on zero emission port. We have Agri-Food Lithuania, which is also one of the partners in the projects in the ocean, in the climate change missions. We have Lithuanian Inland Waterways Authority, which is an authority that is working also on electric tugboats and sustainable ways for cargoes. Next slide, please. I'm just going to present you a few of the long-term goals of the sustainable goals for our Klaipėda city, Port of Klaipėda, which has a long-term goal to become a zero-emission port by 2050, with the use of green electricity, hydrogen production and supply chain, also hybrid pilots for the ships and electric waste collection vessels. All of this has to be achieved in a decade. And the long-term goal, I hope they'll really succeed with all the political background. And the next slide, please. The other long-term goal that they are keen is the first offshore wind capacity, and the project budget is more than 3 billion euros, which is started also by the Port of Klaipėda. Another project by the Inland Waterways Authority, and I would ask for the next slide, please, is actually to have the transportation with zero-emission vessels that connect the Port of Klaipėda with the main cities Kaunas, and also in plans there is a connection to Vilnius. And according to the Vytautas Magnus University study, the cargo transportation by inland waterways would reduce the CO2 emission more than 5 times. And the Inland Waterways Authority has already started a project, and next slide, please, where you can see that the electric tugboat, which was also designed by Lithuanian higher education institutions and is already taking place, and European Investment Bank has already established a loan support for this project. So we're really keen on sustainable and blue economy in Lithuania. And thank you very much for your time. And if you need any contacts with Lithuanian stakeholders on the missions, the EU missions, please contact me or my colleague Jolanta Revaitinen, and you will have all the details in the last slide. So thank you all.
Good, thank you. Indeed, for another additional opportunities presentation from NCP Laura Pekienė, and we're happy to say that Nicholas Wallet, NCP Climate from UK, made himself available for this presentation, and happy to have you, Nicholas, with us. I know you've been following the conference, and time for you to contribute from UK perspective, having in mind that really good news are with the return of UK universities to Horizon Europe after the long-awaited negotiations between UK and European Commission. I think we can't hear you while you're sharing slides. Please, could you check your mic audio?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, now perfectly fine.
Good. Thanks for the welcome back into the Horizon Europe program. And what I'm going to do is just answer this key question. You know, what is it about UK on Horizon Europe now? How to deal with it? So I'm just going to answer just this question, and but there's my contact as well on this presentation. So feel free to contact me if you have any further question about. I'm the climate national contact point for climate, and here we go. So I can't take credit for this analogy, but I thought it was a really good one. We used to be a Schrödinger country for Horizon Europe, because though we were not associated, because we were part of Horizon Europe before Brexit, we were in the rule book of the European Commission, considered as an associated country. So for any 2023 calls, there's still some calls in 2023 that you could access now. These calls, they will go under the UK guarantee. And to access this UK guarantee, you would have to be do an application as a beneficiary partner. And where we say it's like a Schrödinger country is because though before the association, we were considered as an associated country, as soon as the grant contract is being offered to the consortium, UK is not actually an associated country, so they had to be reverted from beneficiary partner to associated partner, and going to the UK guarantee instead of the European Commission funding system. So that's what we mean by the Schrödinger country. But the UK associate to Horizon Europe in September. That's been announced. And that simplified greatly how UK is going to be integrated in your project. So since the UK association, what you're going to see is any call 24 onward, so any call that is 2024 denomination on the topic title or the future calls, then this is the starting point of association of UK, meaning that UK is just like any other associated country to Horizon Europe and can be considered as a full associated partner, going to go through the same process than everybody, going to be paid by the European Commission, going to be part of the grant agreement, and there is no restriction. So really, basically, if your call, I put next slide just to make sure it's really clear. If your call has the denomination 24 or further, then you just UK is just applying as a normal partner, as a beneficiary, funded by the European Commission, signs the grant agreement, signs the consortium agreement, and can coordinate consortium. So I put some example here. For example, the calls open at the minute in climate science. You see they all Horizon-Cluster 5-24. So all these 24 calls, UK is fully associated, and you can just go knowing that you're going to be paid by the European Commission if you are successful. If you were to apply to a 23 call, then you will still have to go through the UK guarantee scheme. If you already have a project that's been approved and you're already under the UK guarantee scheme, this can be reversed. So unfortunately, if you had a call for 21, 22, and you're already on the UK guarantee scheme, you will have to stay on the UK guarantee scheme. It's not going to be, the association is not retroactive. And if you're under the guarantee scheme system, you will have to stay under this system until the end of your project. But for everything which is 24 onward, it's part of the normal European Commission system. So just to give you a little bit of perspective then on this topic, this is where UK is at the minute in terms of success rate versus eligible application. We used to be at the complete far right. UK used to be very good applying to a lot of projects in Horizon 2020, but Horizon Europe, unfortunately, we lost a lot of application due to Brexit. However, I kept this slide just to show that the success rate didn't change. And you know, I had this question a lot from UK partners being kept skeptical about, oh, we're not associated anymore. Are we not going to be seen as a liability for partnerships, for consortium? Is the assessors going to be scoring us okay? And you see, the fact is that the success rate of UK application haven't really changed since Horizon 2020. However, we we lost, I think the European Commission Impact, Horizon Europe Impact report was saying that we lost 50% of our application compared to Horizon Europe. So we apply half compared to what we used to. And so it's much less money, but the same success rate. So what I hope we're going to see now is that we're going to move UK back to the right and get a lot of application. And if you got any question, I would be more than happy to answer all your questions. And I keep this one very simple, just about the UK Association. I'll be more than happy to answer questions on UK Association as well, if you have any. And that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, Nicholas, champion in presentation, but that's very good. And I think for UK universities to get back on track, this practical information also will be very relevant. We have a lot of conversations with British universities already on return on the horizon. Interest is huge. Appetite never vanished. But during this few years of non-association, there was an issue that some of the universities might lost some of their resources, teams. The question will be how that can be rebuilt in a short term, but we do hope that the slide you presented to us, with you being, UK being on the right, but not on the very right, will be changing, having in mind the capacity and potential on UK university side. Yes, so colleagues, I think, again, this information alongside with other presentations will be shared with others, with participants. And now I would like to invite also to present another funding opportunities within sustainability field, Shian Thomas, our Director for Strategic Partnerships at CCG.
Thank you, Ginteris. So I'm not sure if I can move these myself or... Perfect, thank you. Okay, so the main focus is on Horizon, of course, but there are many other interesting funds that we can consider coming from the EU. And the one I wanted to highlight today is the EU Life Fund, which has an incredible range of opportunities for universities, the wider education sector, and also for governance and industry transformation projects that they can get involved in. So, EU Life is the Fund for Environment, Climate and Action. It covers nature and biodiversity, circular economy and quality of life, climate change mitigation and adaptation, which is a huge and broad subject, and clean energy transition. So the total budget for this period is just over 5.4 billion. The project sizes are typically between 1 to 10 million euros, and the maximum funding rate ranges between 60% to 95%. So that's a quick breakdown of where most of it goes. Relatively even distribution. So now, some examples of opportunities for education, government bodies and public sector bodies to get involved. So there are many life funds that need education partnerships. So we have universities and colleges as stakeholders, government and public sector bodies, private companies, NGOs and project-based agencies, employer associations. So some examples of where universities and education sector are drawn in to work on these projects include public and private sector training, workforce development, research, innovation and product development, feasibility studies, external reviews, commercialisation of green R&I and product development via universities, support for SMEs, and also a final note for our UK colleagues, non-EU stakeholders can act as subcontractors for services. So although you cannot be on the bid, if there are some specific services that you can provide, universities and stakeholders in Europe are allowed to subcontract work out to non-EU entities. So some examples of some of these projects that Cormack Consultancy has been working on recently with stakeholders in Europe under the latest Life Fund calls include the Build Up Skills project. So this is to increase the number of skilled building professionals at all levels of building design, operation and maintenance to enable the clean energy transition. So that's 95% funded, up to 1.5 million euros. It's aiming to upskill 25% of the workforce within 5 years in a range of green sectors. And we've put together a consortium of colleges and building associations within Lithuania to develop, trial and scale up to national level. So this project will review, adapt and pilot qualification standards and then we'll introduce innovative digital and blended learning for workers across the sectors in key areas including solar, retrofit and advisory project services, electrical vehicle, heat pump, digitalisation of energy systems, carbon reduction and circular processes in the construction sector. So the second project that we've been developing recently is, at first glance, it sounds very technical. It does not sound like it is education focused or involved with universities, but actually it heavily involves the education sector. So district heating and cooling, enabling fuel switch through support of investment plans and skills development. So the funding rate is 95%, up to 1.75 million. It requires a minimum of 3 countries. So we've brought together a consortia of Lithuania, Greece, Bulgaria and Romania, which is a very strong coalition. We are developing Scope A together. You can see the description there, which is all about adapting, in the case of Vilnius, switching from introducing battery storage for energy systems within the district heating network in Vilnius and rolling that out if the feasibility study is a success, and then similar projects across the other 3 countries. So within that, there are some universities in some countries involved in the feasibility study and some of the external reviews. Scope B, which we hope to plan for next year, is building the capacity of professionals and civil servants to develop new district heating and cooling systems. So this, when we've done a review of the skills gaps and the needs in different countries against the national strategy in heating and cooling, this could be a fascinating project where we would bring together a coalition of universities and other training providers who would be able to deliver on this across 3 or more countries. So, the last one is more complex because it requires 40% contribution in the budget. So this is a 60-40 split, which means this year we have not been able to develop it because we could not secure the localised funding. But this Life, Climate Change and Adaptation, Climate Governance and Information strand is a fascinating project area. It's a very broad range of concepts which align to national and EU climate strategy. It's between 0.7 to 2 million euros. It's an incredibly flexible fund that involves government, public sector, education stakeholders. And I'm going to give you quickly 3 examples of potential projects that could fit under this fund, just to show you how flexible it is and how interesting these types of projects can be. So the first example project we're proposing is higher education sector leading the transition to net zero. So what we'd propose is a consortium of universities become the engine for social and economic transformation needed to reach net zero within Lithuania or another country. So that would start at introducing strategic governance and operational and educational changes, leading on an approach that would inform national environmental and education policy that could then be scaled up across the country in other higher education institutes. It would also involve sustainability strategy and operational plans for each institute, including governance, investments, green curriculum, employer services, research policy and practice, teacher training, and active projects for the students. Also, sustainability governance and leadership training for all key staff. Addition of carbon calculation, climate emergency and sustainability skills for all learners aligned to their subject. Developing best practice, course resources and strategy advisory for other education institutes to copy and share. And then participatory engagement with the Students' Union for student-led implementation. So that is an example of where this could be aligned if we can arrange the 60-40 funding split for the next round of this fund. Same fund, next example of how it could be used. A project focused on systemic green transition via employer associations. So what we'd propose here is that a consortia of some of the strongest employer associations would lead on systemic green transition, support and advisory for their members. So that would include governance and ESG training and policy development for the sectors that they are involved in, a roadmap of actions and projects with a timeline to implement across their business, their members. Leadership training provided via them for companies and resources to help them implement actions into their companies. Staff training solutions, sustainability coordinator training, sustainability project management, carbon calculation training. And then the employer associations would be upskilled to provide advisory and support for developing companies' green operations and strategy, including finance, procurement, supply chain, operations, alignment with EU sustainability directorates, support with PR and engagement with workers, customers and government stakeholders to help influence engagement with sustainability, and then also a strand of activities for employer association members to get involved with green volunteering projects or companies donating or providing resources and actions to reduce carbon and improve sustainability. And the final one under the same fund is net zero transition for public buildings, homeowners and tenants. So this is quite a common theme under the Life Fund, where it's housing and energy support agencies take actions to reduce carbon and improve biodiversity in the building stock. So that's a mixture of training for civil servants, retrofit and carbon reduction audits for public sector buildings, online skills programs for homeowners and tenants, free advisory services for homeowners and tenants for adaptation and retrofit of their homes, localised pilots and grants for small-scale neighbourhood district heating and cooling system development, and small-scale biodiversity green space renewal projects. So there we are. That was 3 examples of how flexible one of those funds can be. Certainly, we have until, I think, Easter. The next round of funding will be coming out for Life. So I think having conversations as early as possible to start planning around these really fascinating funding areas is really important. So please do let us know if there's anything you wanted to discuss.
So I think that was, in addition to what NCP team from Horizon Europe, Lithuania and the UK have presented, brings parallel opportunities which also are provided with even illustrations how the projects could look like. We've always been emphasizing that that can be done on a collaborative way, even with the countries made directly not eligible, but who have relevant know-how to contribute. And the same applies with the devolved funding. I may mention the case of Vilnius Tech. Developing sustainability hub may allow having your resources to use expertise of perhaps non-EU, UK, US universities know-how to catch up faster instead of doing it alone. And that's the way how I think through these projects, additionally, Vilnius Tech or other university activities in this direction can be continued or strengthened. All right, colleagues, we have reached the point when we talked about funding opportunities, and I'm just looking at my watch. In 1 minute, we should have our speaker joining us from United States, and the reason understandable why at this point of the day we have planned to have him, and we need to check whether Professor Brian McCrate is with us. I know that in Arizona it is 6 a.m., but he promised to be up. Maybe we can start our rowing up part, saving time. So, colleagues, just to emphasize that, as at the beginning we said, we were aiming and we hope this event helps to contribute to knowing the developments in other parts of the world, in other universities, what is in the minds and on the tables and in the phase of implementation in case of other leading universities. And that was combined with the networking possibility, both during the coffee breaks, lunch. Tomorrow, delegation will visit a number of Vilnius-based leading universities, and that is, I think, how we would like to move forward, using and employing funding opportunities when applicable. Just final remark on this point will be that taking into account that these informal conversations already during the day took place, speed dating session will not be taking place. Many Lithuanian colleagues indicated that they will be happy to come back after the conversations with their colleagues. As we agreed, the presentations will be shared with all participants of the event. But I understand that my talking was not in vain, because we have Professor Brian McCrate with us, and we'll be hearing highlights from one of the world-leading universities in sustainability field, Arizona State University. Brian, good to have you this early morning, and please show how you feel this morning and share your thoughts on activities you are deeply involved in.
Good afternoon, and to everybody. It's, as you said, 6 a.m. here in the city of Tempe in Arizona, which is the home of Arizona State University. I'm very delighted, even though it's 6 a.m., I'm very delighted to join you all. And I want to thank the organizers, the Cormack Consultancy Group, the British Embassy in Vilnius, and the Lithuanian Research Council for the kind invitation to speak with you. I want to send special greetings to representatives of Lithuanian universities and UK universities and the respective agencies from both countries as well. I want to particularly welcome the fact that the UK universities now have the opportunity again to be part of Horizon framework programs for research. And I think everyone involved in research in Europe and around the world is delighted to see that. Before I begin my presentation, let me briefly introduce myself and our Arizona State University. I'm a physicist, and I was president of Dublin City University in Ireland for 10 years, from 2010 to 2020. But since April 2022, I've been a senior advisor to President Crow at ASU, professor in the College of Global Futures, and a global fellow at the University Design Institute there. And that'll become relevant in what I have to say in a few minutes. I'm still based in Ireland, but travel back and forth a couple of times a year. And I have a particular focus on developing strategic initiatives for ASU in Europe, although the sustainability space obviously goes much further than that. Many of you present, of course, will have heard of ASU, and thanks for the kind mention earlier on. It's one of the largest universities in the US. One of the things that attracted me to work with them is their undoubted commitment to the area of sustainability. Indeed, before the language of sustainability became commonplace around the world, as far back as 2006, ASU established the first school of sustainability in the US. And since that has continued to add and grow that activity in the university, and that's now central to all their activities. And as you mentioned, it's reflected in the recognition of ASU in many of the global rankings. For example, the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. ASU was number 2 in the world last year, dropped to number 6 in the world this year, but aimed to maintain that top 10 position by continuing to commit a lot in the area of sustainability. If I could have the next slide, please. So after the various presentations you've heard earlier today, I'm sure that no one can be in any doubt that we're facing an existential planetary crisis, whether that's taking note of extreme weather events, extreme temperatures, the fact that we've breached 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries, or the state of the Earth's tipping elements, such as the Antarctic ice sheet. It's evident to all that the Earth is now moving outside of the safe operational space for humanity. And it's abundantly clear to all that focus on this area that we urgently need interventions and transformation that can be scaled globally and at speed. So that issue of scaling global and speed will come up throughout the presentation itself. Could I have the next slide, please? So the key question for this event and for me is how we advance such transformational change at speed and globally. And what we are proposing is that universities can and indeed must become the global catalysts for urgent societal transformation and societal mobilization towards planetary health. And you'll note from the outset, I'm using the term planetary health. This is part of our belief that the word sustainability causes many around the world to have their eyes glaze over. But when one defines what planetary health is in terms of both the state of the planet itself and its direct intertwining with the health of humanity, that becomes a very good framework and very good language to use that one can attract the attention and focus the minds of individuals, societies, and governments. Next slide, please. So why do we say universities are uniquely positioned? Well, for the following reasons. Number one, they're particularly well positioned to inspire and equip the next generation of leaders and change makers. Really, the next generation that have that awful responsibility of making that significant change that has to happen so quickly. They have well positioned to both create knowledge and drive innovation that can be scaled at sufficient speed to make the necessary urgent transformation. And they also have the power to influence governments and broader society, both through thought leadership and by example. And that by example is very important. Uniquely as well, universities can unite governments, industry, and society to form the quadruple helix, the ideal quadruple helix in terms of advancing innovation. And furthermore, as so-called anchor institutions in their communities, universities can engage and do engage very effectively with civic society, which must be brought with us on this urgent journey. So when one looks at all of those elements together and if we use them coherently and effectively, that can result in huge impact on the world around us and on the society in general. Next slide, please. So in order to make this happen on a global scale at speed, the University Design Institute at ASU has developed university design clinics for planetary health. I'll give you a bit more detail on further slides as regards to the content, but the function of these clinics is to assist universities or university clusters, or indeed, desirably, national higher education systems in transforming themselves so that they can have a major focus and a major impact on planetary health. Importantly, the clinics will draw on international best practice, which we, over the past number of years, have been gathering and identifying through our Global University Sustainability Observatory. So this is not ASU telling the world how to do things. This is ASU gathering best practice, some of which includes its own, of course, but gathering best practice from the global north and the global south, and using that as part of the framework to inform and assist universities and university systems around the world. The clinics will be offered globally and will lead to large number of universities, indeed the possibility of networks as well across the globe, advancing significant transformations at speed. So that is the high level concept, but if we look at the next slide, I'll go into more details. So what we've done as part of studying performances of universities at the leading edge of this in the global north and the global south, we've identified 7 core pillars that provide, in our belief, a very useful framework to capture the totality of a university's contribution. So really adopting a whole of university approach. Now, in terms of time, I won't go through all of these, but let me take a number of these as examples. So if you take the first one, the curriculum, the teaching and learning space, this is really about infusing the curriculum with sustainability principles and competencies, introducing frameworks such as the planetary boundaries, and indeed a greater emphasis on the relevant green skills appropriate to each discipline. So it's a broad range of areas, right from, if you like, fundamental appreciation of sustainability principles to specific degree programs, but it's making sure that every discipline leading to the broad range of careers that emerge, the opportunities for careers that emerge from universities, that all of them have the appropriate knowledge in terms of the world of sustainability, the world of planetary crisis that's ahead of us. The reform of the curriculum is about fostering the talent that the world needs, developing the planetary stewards, the planetary health entrepreneurs, but that every aspect of work over the coming years will indeed need such expertise. So it's critically important. It's not clear to me that any university in the world has got this perfectly right yet, but there are some really good examples from around the world that we've been gathering that are specific and appropriate to the context and the culture and the geography of each location. Number 2, there is research and innovation, and that's more obvious, really about creating and translating the necessary knowledge to tackle our challenges. And it's very important to emphasize this is not just the STEM disciplines. The humanities and social sciences have an increasing role to play. Behavioral science, for example, the whole issue of policy influence, very, very important indeed. And in the STEM space, obvious areas like carbon capture and storage, which is still not where it needs to be, and the whole area of green hydrogen and renewable energies. In terms of thought leadership, as I've mentioned a few times, this is about engaging effectively with government to support evidence-based policymaking. Some countries it's not so easy, and some of the colleagues in the audience will be aware, but it's a very important role to play. And certainly we would have witnessed in some countries around the world during COVID that the role of universities and the kind of independent expert voices, where they were respected, had a huge impact. This thought leadership also has a very direct impact on societal behaviour, and in a world where there are very few trusted institutions remaining, in many parts of the world, the universities are those trusted institutions, and so important to actually provide that example. You'll see number 4 there is student empowerment. I think we need clearly to amplify the youth student voice to tackle their stress and anxiety, we need to harness their wealth of ideas and enable them to translate that energy and creativity and motivation into action. I think that's critically important. In many parts of the world, the student voice is ahead of the adult voice. And I think there's evidence that students are beginning to vote with their feet in terms of those universities that actually have a clear commitment that is values-driven and impact-driven in terms of sustainability. Number 5 is around sustainable campus operations, and I know there's been many good examples of this in the presentations earlier on today. But many universities are indeed like small or mid-sized towns, and so across all their operations, and I mean all their operations, it is important, I think, that universities adopt best practice and act as exemplary institutions to influence society around them. And I think I'll stop at that point in terms of this slide and move on to the next one. So just to explain that the University Design Institute was established at ASU over 5 years ago, and its role was to, again, support universities in transformation, to act as a catalyst for transformation. And as you can see, so far it has worked effectively with more than 100 universities in 23 different countries, with a particular emphasis and focus on Africa and Southeast Asia. To date, the emphasis has been on areas of strategic transformation in universities, especially in the area of digital transformation. And this has worked very, very effectively, particularly in Africa and with the support of the MasterCard Foundation, USAID, and so on. But now, based on demand and based on urgency, we have developed these new design clinics for planetary health. And just to explain how these work, these are typically three-day engagements with universities or university systems or higher education systems indeed. It comprises a pre-engagement analysis, typically done online, but then the 3-day session, it says, focuses on, based on the analysis of the institution or the system, focuses on best practice across those 7 pillars that I described earlier on. After the 3 days, the outcome would be a customized implementation plan for the university or the university system and support an ongoing engagement. And can I say that this is not a financial play or commercial play? It has to wash its face, of course, but the idea here is to make global impact at speed, and that's what's particularly important in getting this off the ground at this stage. If I can go to the next slide, please. So this initiative is clearly all about mobilizing the unique assets of universities, and I've mentioned those earlier on. The objective is to scale this initiative globally as quickly as possible. But just to put it in context, there are often you get different numbers in this, but there are approximately over 30,000 post-secondary institutions worldwide, and approximately 250 million students. That's a lot of talent, and that's a lot of capability. That's many assets. If we can get even thousands of universities working together to address planetary health and have that happening across the globe, in the global north and the global south, and indeed working together across the global north and south, the impact will be immense. And that's our focus at the moment. You can learn more from that QR code if you capture that and go to the link. It'll bring you to an initial high-level brochure on this, but we'll be adding more content to that region of the website that it brings you to over the coming weeks. Next slide, please, and I'm close to the end now. So in summary, we have developed a means of unleashing and mobilizing the unique power of universities in terms of talent development, knowledge creation, innovation, and thought leadership. All of these strengths of universities to tackle the planetary crisis with some urgency. Governments across the world are waking up to this fact, and this will be of direct interest and benefit to them. And I think it's worth noting that the French government in recent months, and indeed more recently the Indian government, are now directing universities to make this an essential part of the student experience for all students attending universities, not just those taking sustainability degree programs. And I think in talking to universities in those countries and further afield, there is a need for support for such universities. Not all universities know how to go about this. Some universities in the room in Vilnius today are well skilled in this, but you'll be aware that there are many universities who are not. and are seeking the support that is being provided by these clinics. We will need to work with strategic partners and are already doing so. So such partners, including governments, will be very important in accelerating and scaling this initiative. And a final few comments. About 12 months ago, I attended, and I'm sure some colleagues in the room did as well, the inaugural Global Sustainable Development Congress in the University of Glasgow, organised by Times Higher Education. It was in the last few days of October last year. And the keynote speaker on day one was Mary Robinson, who would be well known to those that are committed to sustainability around the world, former President of Ireland. But she spoke about the urgency of this, and she spoke about the key role of universities. And I'm just going to quote her directly. She says, universities have to step up and do much more. They need to have a moonshot mentality. And I think this is a very ambitious initiative that we're going for. It will face challenges, but it's a big picture moonshot mentality approach that we need to tackle the urgency of the issues that we're facing. And I think you'd agree with that. Final slide, please. So before I express my gratitude to you all, please let me explain that we are finalizing the content and details before commencing in the coming months pilots of the program in universities in different parts of the world. And indeed, we're dialoguing with a number of governments in key areas as well. So we'll be trialing this before doing a full rollout in 2024. Would welcome your engagement in this over the period ahead. I'm happy to take questions if it's not going to work probably in this forum with me in my hotel room in Arizona. You can see my email address there at the bottom, my ASU email address. As I say, I'm based in Ireland and spent most of my time there, but happy to engage with colleagues right across Europe. And again, very grateful for the invitation to speak at this event. I congratulate you on bringing it together. And I think the cooperation of universities in our part of the world would be very important in getting sustainability pushed further and further up the agenda. So thank you all for listening, and I hope you found the presentation useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, so much for a number of reasons. One, being with us at this point of your day and sharing, I think, in a way, summing up our event with the view from a global scale. And I do hope that during this event here in this hall or among those who were connected, there was at least a bit of this moonshine mentality, moonshot mentality, and as a small encouragement or commitment on university level or any institutional, any other institution level to do bit of important things and gradually move forward. So, Brian, I know that at some point we will be able to welcome you in Vilnius. I know about your plans, and we'll be helping you to make it happen at the earliest possible dates. But dear colleagues, as a summary of this event, I think we've mentioned that the organizers will be further facilitating conversations in different ways possible, connecting further, exchanging the core information from the presentations, and then, of course, setting up calls when needed, setting up exchange of ideas. And to this end, I may conclude that participants, with support of the presenters, had some inspirations to take away with them to their organizations, their teams, and come back with fresh ideas. I want, on behalf of organizers, to thank everyone who have been doing their part of job to make this event happen. We apologize for some technical issues in the first part of the event, but finally it worked quite well. We have heard everyone who was ready to speak and do presentations. And I do believe that this sustainability priority is not just a fashion, but a long-term commitment for universities, for education sector, and let's progress that. Thank you, Migle, so much, and the whole embassy, British embassy, whole team at Research Council of Lithuania and NCP officers. Amazing job from your side, and CCG is happy to be part of this story together. Thanks, everyone, and take care. And of course, our technical team, Andrew in the back,